official intro, but that's fine.
As always, and on set we got Josh. Hey, possibly New Zealand's only fully dedicated.
Wave to the camera.
When you look at these two guys,
Mighty my.
Should be lots of fun. I mean, there are 14 people currently watching, and before they get in, I will let everybody know that if they have comments that they want to make, it'll actually pop up here so we can answer some of the questions that come through from viewers.
Questions, comments, criticisms.
Absolutely. People can stream live on the YouTube or Facebook page or freefm.org.nz
Right.
If they want to just listen to us. But yeah, it's...
Righto.
Oh, we're tuning in.
Kicking into the first track.
It is absolutely brilliant. So, hello there. Good evening. It is election night.
Wait, sorry.
Oh, the joy of radio and streaming and all the rest of it.
3, 2, 1.
Hello there. Welcome to Free FM's election night coverage. It's election 2023. I'm Paul Barlow and we've got James here with me. James, welcome.
Thank you.
I've got Gary hiding over here on all of the buttons and everything like that, saying, don't bring me into this.
At your service.
Thank you very much, Gary. We are streaming live at the moment on freefm.org.nz, and we're also streaming through YouTube and Facebook. So there is an audience of millions as we sit down and listen to exactly what the people want, what they've gone out and voted for, and what has got to be one of the totally most terrible election campaigns I think I've ever come across. James, I'm really curious because we have to be really careful here for the first hour. We are not allowed to do anything legally that tells people that we're promoting a specific group or party.
Mm-hmm.
We should point out that election polls are open until 7 o'clock tonight. And if you're in line at 7 o'clock, they will let you vote still. So just go and wait if you haven't voted yet. The more people out there, the better. What's been your impression of the election so far?
The election campaign.
Yeah.
I think it's been patchy. There's been a real lack of cohesive policy in put into the arena.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a lot of rats and mice in the manifestos that each party's put out. But I think it's been quite a low-key election by comparison to some of the other ones.
Yeah. Have you had a chance to go and listen to any of the candidates talk or any sort of the public meetings?
Yes, I have. And again, they haven't been the most charismatic
mm-hmm.
and informative of things to go to, but they're out there and that's grassroots politics right there.
Yeah, exactly. I think in terms of what we've seen with the polls, it's been fascinating to watch because there's obviously been it feels like a last minute surge towards the left. From what you guys have seen, because I have to admit, I'm not in Kirikiriroa Hamilton as much as I used to be. What's been the feeling on the ground around here about the campaigns?
I think it's been sort of one of curiosity, but not mad passion.
Okay.
I expected there to be a good deal more fervent action being taken out there, but it really hasn't touched any high spots, if you like.
Okay. Is Hamilton electioned out?
I would say no.
Okay.
But maybe there is some apathy amongst the younger voters. There shouldn't be, because I think the young vote will have an impact on some of the political parties.
Yeah.
But yes, I mean, it hasn't been as fervent as you'd like, but it's been.
Okay. One of the things I found really interesting this year actually was in Hamilton East, there's no Green Party candidate. And Hamilton East has actually done really well with the Green Party because the University of Waikato is there. Do you think that not having that there has been a benefit or a negative for anybody else running in the campaign?
I think they should have stood a candidate.
Okay.
And because Hamilton is a big town, Waikato is a big area, everybody has, whether you're on the left or right, everybody has a view or an interest, a stake in what happens, particularly with our environment. And of course, with the university, that vote should hopefully be mobilised by some of the issues that have come out during the campaign.
What do you think are the big issues for this campaign?
Health, education, social security, climate change a little bit, although political parties seem to be a little cagey on the climate change. But yeah, health, education, social security.
That makes a lot of sense. It's one of the things that I'm actually getting through with the messages that are popping up in front of me, and hi to everyone who's sending through messages. Anxiety. People are really anxious about this election, apparently. Did you feel that here as well?
I think if you lean to the left, you're a bit scared at the moment.
Yep.
And I think there are the machinations. Election night is one thing, but post-election night, when we know what we're looking at,
Yep.
and we start that process of coalitioning,
Yes.
I think people will be. I think things will work out.
Yeah.
But I
They
don't.
kind of have no choice.
Well,
It's just how the process works.
Yeah, it is the way the process works, and I think it's a good process too. I always like the after election negotiations. That's why before parties get elected, I kind of think, well, to rule parties in and out is anti-democratic.
Okay.
We'll decide from our end what we're doing is constituents, and it's for the MPs to make it work.
So this election, the two major parties both ruled out working with other parties. Do you think that's going to hurt them in the polls?
I think it's probably going to hurt the smaller parties, if
Okay.
anything. Labour and National may not need additional support in Parliament. It's unlikely, but they may not need it.
Okay. See, I'm the opposite. I actually think, if anything, it's going to give those smaller parties a boost.
Right.
Because and both the main party leaders have said the same thing. It's the voters of Aotearoa that produce what the government's going to be. But if they're sitting there going, look, this party's not left enough, this party's not right enough, is that more of an impetus to get people to vote for those smaller parties because they want that change, or they want to not have as much change? They want to sort of wheel it in a little bit, depending on which way they go.
The number of people I've spoken to who say, well, that party has no chance of getting in, so I won't vote. I think that the whole way political parties operate is that you must vote for them to get in.
Yeah.
And that's something that a policy that some people can't come to grips with.
Yeah. One of the things I found fascinating as well, though, with this election is we have 17. 8 of those are from the freedom movement in some way or form. Do you think that's fractured their vote and limited their chances of getting in that group? Or do you think it was always going to be a spattering of different feelings and thoughts within that movement?
Yes, there's not a coalition, if you like, of ideas there that the freedom movement can hang its hat on.
That makes sense, yeah. Which is kind of strange. It's very rare to find a political party that doesn't have an overarching ideology.
Yes.
And to me, they haven't really felt like they've done that.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the apparent rise of the one issue party is an interesting one.
Yeah.
And the idea that you're in special interest, that's going to get you enough votes to get you over the line is kind of interesting. I don't know what percentage will be their block.
Yeah.
But I doubt it will be much more than 1 or 2%.
It's quite fascinating if you look at something like the Aotearoa Legalised Cannabis Party. They've been around quarter of a century now. One issue, which everybody knows what that issue is, they have never succeeded in getting anyone into Parliament, and they still continue to keep fighting the fight for what they believe in. For something like the Animal Justice Party, which has kicked up this time, do you think that's sort of the long-term plan as well? It's like build a bit of audience recognition?
Yeah, I think very much so. I think that with the Justice Party, Animal Justice Party, they are looking towards. Well, they're novices when it comes to politics, and so all the advice they can get is welcome advice for them.
Yeah.
But I think it may be an idea of where we might be going in the distant future, as animal rights issues, for example, gain more traction. I think they're parties of the future rather than parties for right now.
Right now is a really weird time for us. I think just like we're getting out of COVID. COVID is clearly still around and still a big issue, but we're as a society kind of working out ways to live with it. We've got the recession that came with the pandemic. There's a war in the Ukraine. There's a whole bunch of things that we're still dealing with. We're still doing the cleanup back up in Tamaki Makaurau, Auckland, after the storms from last anniversary weekend in some places. What do you think the mood of the nation is at the moment as we go into the last hour of voting?
I get the feeling that the mood is one of being fractured.
Mm-hmm.
You have on one side, you have, for example, the co-governance people.
Yes.
And on the other side, you have the people who are anti-co-governance.
Mm-hmm.
And that's been quite a tug of war that we're with no winners at this point, except the likelihood is that co-governance will continue through the next parliamentary cycle and beyond.
I mean, co-governance is already in place. Like here in the Waikato, for example, the Waikato River Authority is obviously organised under co-governance. Do you think that that's one of these issues that has been blown out of proportion a little bit?
I think it's one of those issues that people have thought was only for the periphery, rather than front and centre bread and butter politics. The co-governance has been around for about 10 years and it's been under the radar. But now, in the last 12, 18 months, it's come above the radar and has become a thing. Yeah. And, I think that's there are forces in our country that would like to see co-governance binned. Just how powerful they'll be, it'll be interesting to see.
So this is an election I think there's been a lot of outside influence in, not in a creepy Russian bot kind of way, but I find there are organizations like, there's a lot of astroturfing. Have you come across the term astroturfing before? Do you know what this is? So it's a fake grassroots movement. It's designed to look like a grassroots movement, but it's actually funded very heavily from private interests.
Yeah.
The Taxpayers Union, for example, is an astroturfing group. It was set up by the ACT Party. It's funded by a number of organizations like Philip Morris Tobacco, the Atlas Group from overseas. So a lot of money's being poured into them doing the messaging, and they were one of the loudest voices against co-governance, especially around the local body elections last year, and they've just sort of kept it ramping up. Do you think New Zealanders are aware of the influence of those sort of groups?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The idea that these groups affront people for particular agendas, I don't think comes into it. Apart from anything else, these people don't have mass consumption of their particular ethos. I think that as we move through, as we go into the future, we're only going to see more and more of that lobbyist, and whether or not they get outed is another matter entirely. Because I think it is a question of in the closet or out of the closet.
Yeah.
I was just trying to think of a party that has corporate funding, for example.
Yeah,
and that we understand that goes to the right, but at the same time, there are big entities behind the left as well.
Do you think that the funding model is broken?
You mean the use of public funds in election campaigns?
Well, if we have a look at the funding for the political parties over the last few years, for example, National far outstrips any other political party by millions of dollars, which gives them an advantage in an election cycle. They can campaign for longer, they can buy more advertising space, TV space, social media advertising, and that's just how the system works. Is that fair?
In a democracy where there's a great deal of state support for political parties, no, I don't think it's fair.
Okay. What would be the model you'd like to see? Fully
funded by the state.
Okay.
Yeah.
A bit like the TV broadcasting allowance that's in place at the moment.
That's right. Yeah, yeah. It's because it shouldn't be about who's got the bigger wallet.
Yeah.
And the more big wallets you see, the more I get frightened that a particular agenda is being pushed.
This year as well, we saw the richest person in the country donate to 3 political parties. Do you think that comes without strings? Is it possible for that to come without strings?
I don't think it is, because there's got to be a motivation behind funding anything, whether it's funding a political party or funding a charity. There's an agenda behind it. There is a reason behind it. It would be nice to know what that reason is.
Yep.
It would be nice, as they write out the check, that they also write out a short statement as to what they would like to see.
Didn't they used to do that? It's been a while since I've used a checkbook, but wasn't that what the stub in the checkbook was for?
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. I can't remember, to be honest. It's been so long since I used a checkbook or a rotary telephone.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I bounced one as well.
Yeah, makes me feel old. Makes me feel really old.
You are.
That's thanks. Thanks, James.
But you've aged well.
Thank you. I moisturize. That's what it comes down to. Absolutely.
Yes.
So in terms of some of the other issues that we've seen around this campaign, there's been lots of reports of violence, attacks on potential candidates, break-ins with other potential candidates. What do you think is driving that?
I think it's the real lack of direction for some, gang recruitment of young people, because the gangsters have got this idea that if they get the kids to do it, there's nothing that can happen to the kids. There's nothing that can happen to us. There's no doubt, though, that, and I don't know if you feel it where you live, but there is a real sort of edge when you go out and about in town. Yeah, there's a real edge to it, and you're not saying you're getting attacked every day, but with the ram raids and the smash and grabs and things like that have got out of control, and the political parties don't really seem to have an innovative.
So here's the rub for that one. Ram raids are at their lowest point in 2 years.
Right. Yeah.
We've seen the numbers come down. We've seen crime levels come down over the last few months. That doesn't necessarily get the media coverage. It's not as sexy to sell that kind of stuff. We've had candidates here in Kirikiriroa that ran in the local body election who, and I quote, wanted to stop Māori from going through Garden Place until they lose that attitude of theirs. Do you think that kind of rhetoric from some political candidates is dangerous, or it puts people off democracy, or it causes long-term issues?
Yeah, it is dangerous, and it's divisive. Dangerous and divisive and unfair, unreasonable, and something that we should be very vigilant about, that becoming a thing in campaigns.
Yeah.
Now, we're just being advised by the station to take a short break.
A short break.
We've got some guests in the lunchroom of the studio already.
Fantastic.
Georgie Dancy, Hamilton West candidate for the Labour Party. And
who we might actually hold off for a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we don't break the law.
Absolutely. But we've got other discussion to have in the coming minutes.
Absolutely.
So stay tuned.
So for those of you that are streaming at home, I'm just going to keep going.
Sorry.
For everyone who's watching this at home, I'm just going to keep going.
Yeah.
I'm not going to take a break. I'm here to keep going. So hi to everybody as well who's sending messages through. I'm trying to put some up on the screen as we go. So feel free to add comments. It's always great to hear from everybody. And if you've got questions for any of the guests that we have coming through, just pop them in the questions section. Perfect.
We just need you to be a little bit closer.
Me a little bit closer.
You might better because it goes that way.
Okay.
Yep. And two questions. You've got a slight typo here.
I do too.
And are you able to stop the stream when the mics are off? Or do I need to tell everyone that they're live?
They're live.
So people need to know.
Yep. They're live.
Mics are off, they can't.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll let them know. Well,
thank you.
But you probably should remind everyone.
Yeah. So we'd be looking at talking.
Yeah.
So we'd be looking at talking to Georgie after 7.
Yeah. Perfect.
Right.
Lots of fun. So we've got currently 80 viewers online watching live. Yep. We've got people from Australia, Manila, Christchurch, Invercargill, and Dunedin.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, lots of people from all over the place. For these guys that are watching and listening online, I am disappearing from here in about 40, 50 minutes, and I'll actually be on BHN, Big Hairy News, for about 15 minutes with Pat and Chewy. If you are watching multiple streams, good luck. I know it's a lot to take on. So many streams. It's ridiculous. But we'll get Holly in next. Cool. Here she comes. Here's Holly.
Georgie needs to be somewhere else at 7. Do you want her in here before she knows she can't promote?
Okay. Yep.
Okay, just talk
Yeah.
about her experience of the campaign and that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Right.
Do I send her in now?
Yeah, send her in. So yeah, so Georgie Dancy will be next. It's the Hamilton East candidate for the Labour Party, where we are being very specific and not breaking the rules. Definitely not breaking the rules.
You can never break the rules.
Shall I shut this?
Yes, please. So just a quick heads up, Georgie, you are streaming live at the moment while we're in ad breaks and stuff.
Cool.
So yeah, not in smart.
Where is the... Oh, there.
The camera's right there. Yeah,
But yeah, I'm ready to go whenever you guys are.
cool. Georgie, can I get you just to move a little bit closer to the microphone?
There. Is that all right?
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Do, 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 do. Okay.
Ready to cut back in?
Yeah, we can go back in. Let's do this.
Righto. 3, 2, 1.
Fantastic. We are back on freefm.org.nz and 89.0 broadcasting around the Waikato. Georgie Dancy from the Labour Party is joining us now. Georgie, first of all, congratulations on getting to the end.
Oh, thank you.
How are you holding up?
Oh, great. I'm great because I've only got an hour and a bit to go. So this is the this is the exciting part.
Yeah? Not nervous?
Oh, totally nervous. Just a whole lot of emotions. Very, very nervous, very excited, very thankful for all of the work that the team has done across the motu. I've just been watching today the get out the vote stuff that's been happening. It's been amazing, and especially our team here in Hamilton and Hamilton East. The team's been amazing. I'm just so proud of everyone and what we've achieved.
So I actually had lunch with one of your team members today.
Oh yeah, who was that?
Art.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Great.
And there's been some interesting comments from him about the social media presence with this year's election.
Uh-huh.
How have you found the process as a whole?
Well, social media wise, Art is an absolute rock star and has managed most of that without me even seeing it. So actually he's probably got a better idea
Okay.
from that perspective, which is great because he's done a lot of work to sort of sort through. I guess we don't delete all of the comments that come in because I don't think that's very democratic, but we definitely, if there's misinformation and stuff, then we need to monitor that. And so social media wise, from my point of view, things have been healthy. I guess more there's been more misinformation and more extremist views this election than past elections that I've noticed, which has been a little bit worrying, and I hope we can sort that out for future elections.
Okay.
I was going to say, what is it about campaigning that you enjoy?
Oh, great. Yeah, so much. I think, which is helpful, right?
Well, you've
That
done a couple of them. You've done 2 in the last 12 months.
I know, yeah, I think that's enough for now. I might wait a few years, 3 years to the next one. Hopefully. I think honestly, and this might sound a little bit cliche, but honestly it's talking to people in the community and getting to know people and listening to people's experiences and feedback that they have. It's what lifts me up. You know, I go home and I'm quite tired. It's not ideal for my family, but as soon as I'm out in the community, I kind of get that energy back and remember all of the reasons why I'm doing it to really support and awhi the people of Hamilton East.
How do you decompress?
I go to the gym.
Fair. I mean, you run a gym, you own a gym, so that makes sense.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Is there anything in this campaign that surprised you?
Oh, great question. Not really. No,
Okay.
actually. I mean, I wish I had a more interesting answer to that. But I guess I've been involved in campaigning in Hamilton for a while, in both general election and local body elections, and things have run, the same way they usually run. I mean, it's been exciting and new people and a great experience, but I don't think anything particular has happened that has been completely out of what I'm used to in running campaigns in Hamilton.
Are people generally respectful of you as a candidate?
Oh, so much. I haven't had any hate. Maybe apart from the few Facebook comments, but we've done a lot of door knocking and phone calling, and every single person has been incredibly respectful, regardless of their political views. I've had absolutely no concerns about people. Yeah.
Okay. Favorite flavor of ice cream? Just to completely throw you off the scent.
Yeah, completely.
Careful.
It's the I think you've asked me this question before, because you asked me the Duck Island question, and it is Duck Island ice cream, and it is the caramel cacao crumb, I think it's called. Have you had that one?
No, it's been a while. We don't have one in my neighbourhood, and I really want one. I really want a Duck Island in Auckland, near where I live.
Oh, I'm sure it's coming. They are taking over the country.
There's a couple in Auckland, just not where I live.
Oh, they are in Auckland. Oh, right.
Yeah. Just such a shame.
You must live in a wasteland.
It's called the North Shore, so yes.
There you go. Cultural wasteland.
Yeah, cultural wasteland is one way to describe it, especially after the campaign meetings I went to. The wasteland was definitely the word that it described it. In terms of the way that tonight is going to roll out, polls close at 7 o'clock. Results start trickling through fairly quickly afterwards. By about 7:30, we'll start to see the first results. Do you have any idea sort of when you'll find out anything? Have you been given an update on?
No. Someone just told me that last election, the first results came out at 7:04.
Yes, and those were really small booths.
Oh,
and I made the mistake of telling Tim McIndoe at the time that he was winning, because that's what the first polling station said. And
oh, really?
Yeah, I felt a little awkward. And if Tim is listening, I really apologise for that. Still, it was it was not meant to happen.
Oh, okay. So small booths, and then what I heard is that it would be around 7:30 that we get the early votes, right? And I think that'll give us a bit of an indication of where the night's heading. But also, some of those big polling booths, particularly South Auckland, when they come in, we know they're going to give big boosters to Labour, so that will could change things a bit.
Yeah. So you can ask a question. I
was just absorbed. I think the other question that I had for you is around how you got into politics.
Oh yeah, cool. Well, I got into politics because I started teaching as a secondary school teacher at a low decile high school out at Te Awamutu College.
I'm so sorry.
No, it was great. Why are you sorry? It was wonderful. That's
my old school.
Oh, is it? Oh, nice. Maybe I taught you. Do you think?
You do not look anywhere near old enough to have been a teacher of mine.
Joke. So I started teaching out there at the ripe age of 22, and I guess when I was out there, I really was quite confronted by the inequality and the of the range of kids that came to that school and what was happening in our education system, and it did kind of catapult me into a political journey. I started getting involved in unions as well, which are very political beasts. So that influenced me as well, and I went to my first Labour Party meeting when I was teaching out at TA in 2011 at a hairdresser in Hamilton East, and I met the candidate, and she was great, and so I joined her campaign team and thought, this is quite fun.
2011, that was Sahai?
That was Sahai Oga. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Are you glad you made the move to politics?
Oh yeah, I love it. I could sit on your radio show and talk about it all night. I guess that's why you're here, because you can as well. But no, I mean it's politics is a roller coaster. Campaigning is a roller coaster. It's because you get a bad poll and kind of think, oh, all of my hard work's for nothing. This is the end. I mean, obviously, it's nothing that it's not. That's me being extreme and tired. But then at the other end, you get a good poll, or you have a great experience and meet someone in the community who's really great, and it gives you a whole lot of energy and
Gives you a lift.
and happiness. Yeah. So it really has been a roller coaster. But overall, I love politics, and it's
Yeah.
It's something I'm into.
Okay. And that's not a bad thing.
No.
Definitely not. And especially for what you're doing. Like,
Yeah.
it helps to be involved.
It does help to enjoy it. It wouldn't. I probably shouldn't be here if I didn't enjoy it.
I'm not going to comment because I know a number of MPs who don't enjoy it but still keep doing it.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It is.
Doing it for the superannuation.
Pretty much, yeah.
Right.
I wanted the title Right Honourable.
Right
Those
Honourable.
kind of MPs.
How do you get right honourable?
You have to be a front bencher in Parliament.
Right.
Yeah. To get that title.
Good to know. Good to know.
Yeah. Did you get any advice from Jamie? Jamie Strange, the outgoing Hamilton East Labour candidate or MP?
So I've known Jamie for a few years, and he's been very supportive of me. So I've been his LEC chair while he was the MP, so we obviously got to know each other well. And he's been outdoor knocking with me a few times. We went and did some retirement villages together, and he's been a great support.
Who's the better soccer player?
Out of me and Jamie.
Yeah.
We've never played, but
Okay.
I back myself, Paul.
I know you do.
Yeah.
That's why I asked.
Although I think Jamie's quite good at soccer.
Is he, or does he just think he's quite good
Well,
at
I don't know.
soccer?
I've never seen him play either.
Fair, very fair. One of the questions I've had come through here is wanting to know, as a teacher seeing everything on the ground floor, how did that shape your approach to the election sort of process that you're in now?
I guess it shaped which party I joined, because I wanted to be part of a party that was going to look after all our people and going to look after our marginalised communities as well. And I didn't see that from the other teams, so that influenced being involved with the Labour Party. I guess as far as how it's influenced this campaign is what I try and do is, there's a million things you can do in a campaign and a million different events and places you can go. But what I've tried to do is be very community minded in my approach to the campaign. So the events that I go to are ones that are very diverse, ethnically diverse. I'm involved in the rainbow community and ensuring that I'm really hearing the voices of the people who we don't hear as much as we should, I think, in politics, and we need to make sure those voices are heard.
Actually, one of the things that I was really impressed with during your campaign was when you came up to Tamaki Makaurau in drag for the announcement of the rainbow policies that were being done. I understand that was your first time in drag?
It was, yes.
How did you find that process?
Terrifying. That was the most terrifying part of this whole thing, actually.
Going in drag, yeah.
Yeah, I loved it. It was amazing. And I was so stoked to do it. And I got to do it with my drag idol, Hugo Girl, the drag king. And so just an incredible experience, but so scary.
Can you imagine Mr. Hipkins in drag?
Definitely. What did he say his name was? He was Lippy Chippy.
Lippy Chippy.
I love it.
Was his drag name.
Right.
Love to get him in drag, maybe next time.
Yeah, see, the thing that threw me is I've met Anita once, and she's huge.
Yeah.
She's ginormous, and you don't get that when you see her on TV. Like, it blows me away just how tall she was. We went to a Rocky Horror Picture Show screening a couple of years ago, and she was hosting it at the Civic in Auckland. Absolutely amazing event, so much fun.
And you're tall as well.
Yeah, exactly. And like, she towered over me, and I realized that she's probably in like 12-inch stilettos at the time, and just I'm completely blown away by the amount of effort and work that goes into doing drag at the best of times.
They're incredible. I love drag as an art form. I love just all arts, and I really think that having more creativity and more arts in our society is only a good thing for our people, and I see drag as such a good expression of that. When I was chatting to Hugo Girl when he was doing my drag, just his expression of his creativity and his drag and being able to, I mean, they don't get paid enough, but him being able to go into drag and put on a gig and make some money off it is just so good.
What sector of the arts in Hamilton do you think does really well? Where do you think it could be improved upon? And
Interesting concept.
the creative sector as a whole
Yeah.
is worth the same to our GDP as a country as forestry. So it's obviously a really big area nationwide. There are some fantastic artists here and fantastic performance spaces and things like that. I'm just kind of curious, what do you think is we could improve on here?
Oh, I think we could improve on everything, across the board, everything. I think that one of the reasons I'm so passionate about this is because I see such a big connection between mental health and creativity, and all of the artists, I'm sure, can agree that if we can have access to creativity and whatever that form is, then we can lift the mental health of our nation. But my concern is places like the University of Waikato, where the art subjects are being cut. There's a lot of issues there. Let's not get into that. but I think we need to really focus on enhancing that. I was at Nirvana Lounge the other night, and they have. It's such a great place down there. They do so much different stuff. They've got their open mic night. If we can really enhance those places and get people in there and performing and engaging in the art, I think we can make a huge difference.
We've got things like the green prescription, which are used by people with experience of mental distress and so on to moderate their lives, if you like. I guess what you're talking about is a social prescription, where funding for arts courses, for example, and I'm not talking about professional arts courses like you'd get in a university, but community-based arts and culture and those sorts of things would be really important. But I don't see anybody on the political spectrum that's advocating that just yet.
Yeah, I think we have our Minister for the Art. Is it called Minister of the Arts? What's it called?
Heritage.
Yeah. So I'm sure a lot of that work's happening behind the scenes, but it's just not front of mind. But what's come to mind for me when you talk about that is Arts for Health. Yes. And the work that they're doing for people, for whatever reason, find themselves in a difficult spot in life, and then to be able to express that creativity. I was lucky enough to go to their annual exhibition which was at Arts Post, and they had all of the artwork on display, and it was all for sale. So I think initiatives like that, where people can have a space to go and express that and have mentorship, etc. during that process is cool, and I would love to see more of that.
One of the things I've wanted to ask every single candidate during this election, and it's honestly a personal, really greedy thing for me. Can you give me your best Obi-Wan Kenobi?
Can you give me yours and then I'll copy it?
Hello there.
Hello there.
It's not bad.
No, yours was way better. I'll do it again. Hello there.
Hello
no,
there.
That was bad. Yours is much better.
No, you're getting like the Alec Guinness timbre to it. It works really well. Like it's just, yeah. It just... now completely throwing you, James. I'm sorry.
You could ask everyone tonight that.
Yes, that's my plan.
You could do a remix of all of them.
Yes.
Oh,
hello there.
Hello there. Do you think I have time for that?
He's a serious broadcaster
tonight, are you?
Not for the rest of the night. No. We've got like 20 minutes to wait, and then it's 7 o'clock. So I should just do a quick reminder that you've got 20 minutes to get down to the polls if you haven't done so already. And if you are in line at 7 o'clock, they're going to finish by letting you vote. They're not going to kick you out. Super easy. You don't need your easy vote card. You don't need ID. You just need to know who you are, which some days I'm not very good at. But it is so easy to get down there. If you haven't had your say, make sure that you do. Sorry, that's the last sort of little sales pitch for voting.
Yes, vote.
Definitely vote. Have you found, while you've been out and about, people excited about the process of voting or confused about MMP? Or
I found a lot of people recently door knocking have been saying, "Oh, just over it. Can we just get on with this election?" And I think that happens every election, is they get over the politicians going on and on, which is fair enough. I don't think I've come across many people who are excited. Unfortunately, I'm excited. I wish. I'm excited too. So there you go. Oh, there's two people.
Yeah.
Well, you'd like to be Minister of what?
I'd like to get into Parliament first.
That's super easy. There's an entranceway down under the
Yeah, that's
beehive.
right.
And you just go to the left. There's a couple of security guards. Super easy to get into
you're
Parliament.
right.
Mm.
I think it's easier to get into. Might be a bit harder to be minister than get into Parliament. Do you think, or is there like a lift to the 9th floor where you
There's
just
a-
zoom up there?
I
There
think
is a lift.
there's probably a lift. Yeah.
Have you not been there?
No, I have. I have been there.
Right.
What would I like to be minister of? Well, my background is in education, so I'd love to do some work in the education space and support that mahi. We've talked about the arts, which is something I'm very passionate about. Also a small business owner, so I'm really keen on supporting our small businesses in New Zealand to thrive. And employment relations is also, because I've been working in unions for 10 years, I have strong opinions about the way we should run our employment relations in this country.
Is there a part of the process that you think people should be more aware of when it comes to putting your name forward or starting to campaign?
Like to be a candidate.
Yeah.
I guess it's that, and what it takes is just that interest in politics, right? For people to start on that journey. And what I think we're lacking is that interest in politics for whatever reason. I mean, a lot of work we've done this campaign has been trying to engage young people. Students done a lot of work up at the university, get people engaged. Some people are super engaged, but a lot of people, I think, especially young people, don't see how the election or campaigning can affect them. And so getting them to that point where they can see what a difference they can actually make. I think also for, politics is about representation. Being a candidate is about representation. We need a representation of a broad range of people. And often people might not see themselves in politics. So someone could think, oh, I'd like to get into politics, but look, I don't see any young Māori women in politics, so I'm not going to do it. Well, now we've got some. And so I'm stoked to see people like Hana from Te Pāti Māori and involved and engaged so that other people can hopefully see, people that look like me are involved in politics and I can get in there and stand or be involved to an extent.
Fantastic. I think that is a really good place for us to take a bit of a break. I realise you've got to be somewhere at about 7. So we'll let you escape. Thank you very much, Georgie, for coming in.
Thank you for having me.
Good luck.
Thanks so much.
Hopefully we'll hear from you a little bit later tonight.
Cool.
So
Sounds good.
We'll do what we can to get you on the phone so you're not...
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Sounds
Don't worry, we won't drag you back in here. We're not that mean. But yeah.
Well, it's been very nice. There's been very nice cheese, so I might come back.
Oh, there's cheese out there?
There is cheese.
Okay, I'll have
Just
to
for
grab
the
some of those
guests, I
soon.
think.
I definitely have to try out there soon.
Thanks so much. Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much, Georgie. Easy as that. The comments I've got coming through at the moment are like really spot on about the small business stuff. Like people are really keen on learning more about that and seeing what the government can do to help them out with getting that all up and running, which is really cool.
Oh, that's good that people are live commenting. I love that.
Yeah, we've got 60 people watching online at the moment.
That's so cool.
Yeah, so no stress.
Photo around there.
Jumping around here.
Sorry.
Want me to-
Like that's fine.
Yeah.
Want me to bunch up with
Do you
him?
want me to go with?
Oh, actually, if you can all jump around there, it depends on how many cables Paul's got hanging around.
Two cables.
That was great. Thank you. It's nice having a
Want me to
conversation
stand?
that's not about
I'm
policy.
just trying to get everyone over here with some light. So,
What now?
It's all right, so just up a wall.
Can you
It's
not
probably
stand?
easier.
I won't post any photos till after 7. Come on, George, you got a feature. You can lean right in.
Oh, sorry.
That's right.
Sorry.
How's that?
Making
Okay,
noise here.
here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Georgie.
Cheers, Georgie.
So we might see you later. Otherwise, Paul.
Do you want me to come back later? Otherwise,
If-
ring
if
me.
you
What
don't
kind of
ask.
time?
Whenever suits you.
Okay,
You
just
arrive.
after we've got the.
We'll be breaking into whatever we're doing here.
Cool. Just after the results. Yeah.
Well, we'll be off.
Right. Cheers, Georgie.
Thanks, Georgie.
But yeah, Phil just gave us a bit of gave me a message before saying he thought it was coming.
I
it
got
was
that one
coming
as well.
alive.
That's why I'm
Yeah.
suddenly, let's do Star Wars questions.
Yeah. That was so good. What's your favourite ice cream? I would say like Gold Rush or something.
I can never choose. My favourite ice cream always changes.
Mine's
Terrible.
tip top.
do something
I'm a
really
peasant.
do really controversial like mint chocolate.
I love
like-
mint
I
chocolate.
love
mint.
mint chocolate.
Get out of town. Get out of
Oh my
here.
God. We're getting a whole bunch of comments coming through as well about early voting and how much easier it's been this election.
Yeah,
Which is
Yeah, I
really
voted
good.
early.
Yeah, yeah. I,
It's been good that it's been like a trend. Like it's like, oh, when have you gone voted yet? Oh, when you're going to vote, and people like going together. My wife went with my daughter.
Yeah.
She and my daughter came with me and voted in the by-election.
Oh,
She
cool.
posted the ballot.
Yeah.
So she's really quite excited about the idea of that you
Yeah.
can just walk into a public place and
Ask to vote.
yeah.
Well, we're going to have to get Georgie to the party.
yeah.
So, yeah.
Fabulous.
Are you coming back?
I can't because I'm not drinking.
Okay.
Can I have a beer?
Oh, you can. Are you allowed?
Am I allowed it in here?
I'm the guest. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm a guest. I don't know.
I reckon Phil's going to say no. But
Yeah.
I'll ask him. Do you want me to ask him?
Yeah.
All right. He's going to say no.
Yeah, he's going to say no.
Absolutely going to say no.
Yeah, absolutely going to say no.
You're allowed a beer, but not in there.
Okay. Righto. All right. Well, what have we got on at the moment? Might come in a bit.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to, we can talk for the next sort of 15 minutes if you want to duck out for a drink.
Yeah. I'm all good. Did you have someone that you were going to talk to? You
Not
mentioned
yet.
before. Oh,
No,
not yet.
I can't talk to them until after.
Oh, after
yeah,
the thing. All
after
right, I'll
7.
come out and
Yeah.
knock one.
Yeah, and if you want to keep music playing for the next 15 minutes, or we can talk for the next 15 minutes, whatever's going to be easier.
Oh. Yeah, you want to talk?
Yeah,
Just
Yeah.
scroll that out and put them on.
Right.
yeah.
So I've got that one down.
And I'm sure all the people at home are going, wow. We've got comments coming through, literally give the man a beer. Absolutely.
Thank you. All right, so they're 2 and 3.
No.
Oh, you want me to just pop them down?
This was a new deck since I was here last.
Okay, you get on them. Okay, wait.
It's right.
Okay.
I'll let James do the intro once the music stops, and I'll sit down after you pass.
3, 2, 1.
Kia ora, hello, and welcome to Free FM on 89. I'm here, James King, with Paul Barlow, and we're talking about politics. Of course, it being the election night special for Free FM. It's going to be a very exciting night, I think. We've got just 13, 14 minutes to go until the polls close. So if you're on your way, Godspeed. And are you excited, Paul?
I am excited. I'm always excited for election nights, and the reason for that is it's one of those truly unknowns. Yeah, it's like so fun to sit down and watch. And by the end of it, I'll probably be completely deranged and sobbing in the corner. But I do love that anticipation of actually not knowing and discovering something.
Yes, I enjoy the cut and thrust. I enjoy the debates, for example. I don't think you get much from them,
No,
but they
It's
are
sound
entertaining.
bites.
They are entertaining, and especially with someone like Winston on the rostrum. He's such a character.
oh yeah,
He's probably the biggest character of any of the leaders, although he hasn't done Dancing with the Stars. So
that's not a bad thing.
not a bad thing. Paul Holmes did it, of course, and the guy from ACT,
David Seymour. Yep.
David Seymour did it, and his predecessor did it as well.
Rodney Hyde did it.
Rodney Hyde.
Yep.
That's the guy.
Yeah. One of the weird things I found out about David Seymour during this campaign is when he was a child, he was an actor and he acted as Sir Edmund Hillary in a biopic about his life.
Get away.
I know. Like it was just, it blew my mind. I had no idea.
I think a lot of MPs would have hidden talents.
Yeah.
Some of them probably should remain hidden, but there are going to be MPs out there who are secret karaoke singers, stand-up comics.
Yeah.
We've had stand-up comics, haven't we, in Parliament?
I think some of the MPs like to think they're stand-up comics.
Yes.
There's a bit of a difference there.
Yes.
In terms of the sort of artistic output and talent, we don't really get a chance to see that in the House.
Well, Helen Clark, of course, was alleged to have made a painting for someone, but couldn't quite
That's true.
muster the energy to do it herself.
Yeah. Yeah, I do remember that actually.
If it's good enough for the old masters to get their apprentices to paint pictures, then it's good enough for a prime minister.
Yeah, yep, that's true. That is very true. In terms of this campaign, 10 minutes left to voting. So people, just another reminder, if you're in line at 7 o'clock, they will let you vote. You don't need your easy vote card. It is so simple. We're getting so many comments actually coming through on the video streams that we're doing at the moment about just how easy it has been to go out and vote this year. Were you an early voter?
Yes, I was. I voted about 10 days ago.
Mhm.
And I was just down in the Chartwell Mall, and I was going to get some groceries, and I saw the booths set up, and the what do you call them, adjudicators
Yep.
or
Yeah,
scrutineers or whatever. And I saw them, and I thought, well, I'm here. I might see if I can vote.
yeah, fair enough.
And you don't need anything but yourself.
Yeah,
And they're such lovely people. And so, I mean, I think it's super easy. I mean, it's just incredible. And everybody's sort of cheerful on the,
Yeah.
you know, and everybody's encouraging of you to make that vote, cast that vote. And,
yeah.
it's infectious, I think. I mean, I saw a lot of people out today voting, and something about going for a coffee first, or having a bit of brunch, or you know, on your way to the polls or on your way back to them.
So I have to admit, the one thing that annoyed me about my early voting, is from a professional, technical point of view, it was immaculate. I was in and out in a minute. But I'm sitting there with the bit where they give you your form and he's crossing everything off the list. The person who was running the local polling station was giving out chocolates to the staff. And I totally get it. It's a long day. I didn't get offered a chocolate.
That's outrageous.
It was just terrible.
That's
outrageous. It was terrible.
Mine didn't get chocolates.
No, it's just to be fair, those people work so hard.
Yeah,
it is really impressive, and I love the fact they're all paid. They're not volunteers.
Oh, I didn't know that.
They're actually paid employees by the Electoral Commission. They're trained up in what to do and how to do everything and handle everything. One of the questions we've been getting a few times over the last couple of days has been around people wearing branding.
Right.
In the polling booth, mostly the big fluffy badges, the rosettes.
Yes.
And that's because that person will be a scrutineer that's been appointed by the party. Overall, though, I think the process for early voting has just been better and better every year.
It's seamless. I can't think of a better way to do it, to be honest. And I'd hate to see us start doing it over the internet or something like that.
Yeah.
You know, it would just take some of the fun and some of the edge out of voting.
Yeah, I love the communal spirit. One of the things I love about Australia in their voting is the democracy sausage.
A democracy sausage?
A democracy sausage. It's you go, you vote, you get a sausage at the sausage sizzle as you come out. Usually it's like a fundraiser for a school or an organisation, but it's part of the fun. You go and get a democracy sausage.
What about a democracy hangi?
That would be a little bit harder to organise, I think, because hangi is obviously very time-consuming.
Chartwell Mall and lay it.
I'm not going to comment because, I have thoughts on Chartwell Mall, so I will bite my tongue.
Fair enough too. I don't want you to get in any trouble. I'm here to
make sure I don't. Yep, absolutely. In terms of the voting process, obviously very easy. We've had MMP now for close to 30 years. Do you think New Zealanders understand it?
I think some New Zealanders understand it very well, and then there are others who don't, and then there are still others who understand it, but are not nefarious, but they're sort of like to tinker around with votes. I mean, a friend of mine says, I vote this person and this party, and that's it. I don't try and be strategic about my vote and things like that. And I have a lot of sympathy with that idea. If you want to vote for a particular brand, then vote for it.
But so two ticks, one party. Yeah,
that's right. But if you want this person to join with this person to form a coalition government with this person, you know, it's slightly different.
Yeah.
But you know, I think most people are pretty well onto it. I think we've probably got one of the more knowledgeable electorates. more knowledgeable voters than in other countries.
I suppose we're at a point now as well where our youngest voters, they've grown up with MMP. That it's the system that they're used to. Do you think we vote strategically? Do you think that that's a mindset that we've taken on board as a voting population?
I think some of us do that, and I think mostly they will be smaller party supporters.
Yep.
And they will seek to align themselves with whatever big party through their small party.
Yeah.
So rather than going, I want to vote for this particular organisation because it's big, they'll vote for the smaller organisation because, and very often in MMP politics, the tail wags the dog.
Yeah. Now, I've got a question here from Queen Lagatha. She's made a comment, they get hot dogs and sausages and we're crying we don't get stickers. Did you miss the I vote stickers?
I did.
Do you think
anything that tells you that I've done it?
Yeah.
Whether it's a poppy, a tulip, or a daffodil rather, I like to have something that denotes that I've done it.
Yeah.
And if you can't even come up with a sticker.
It's been a couple of elections now since we've had them.
Yes.
Which I think surprised people. Some of the research I did into getting younger people to vote, one of the things that scared me the most this election was that people under the age of 40, between 18 and 40, there was 245,000 people who weren't registered to vote. That's enough votes to be the third largest party in Parliament.
Yeah.
But finding ways to get people like in that age bracket to go out and vote has obviously been really difficult. Someone suggested an I voted sticker competition, like get people to design it. And so you've got people considering that sort of thing well in advance of the election and before the rollout of all the promotional materials and stuff like that. Do you think what else could we do to get young people out there to vote?
I think have slogans, like a slogan of "Get into it, mate."
Yep.
Rip into it.
Yep.
Just do it.
It takes 2 ticks for 2 ticks.
That's right. And, that's how I think they should do it. They should do it that way because it's catchy. I think at the last election, there was a political party who shall remain nameless who actually did a very nice little slogan.
Mm-hmm.
And it worked. It worked because
Yeah.
it resonated. And this idea of coming up with something bland in the middle of the road and kind of vanilla it's not what politics is about.
Think it should be something exciting?
Yeah, something exciting, new, fresh. Just in the language that we use around politics.
Yeah.
Could probably do with a zhuzh.
Yeah. Now, Benjamin Telfer is voting from Australia. They didn't even get a confirmation email.
Is that right?
We don't get stickers. He didn't get a confirmation email.
Well, you'd think that would be the first thing you do, just from an auditing point of view.
Yeah. How important do you think international voting is going to be for the outcome tonight?
I think it could be very good for one side and not for the other. I think that I think that they won't be apathetic overseas because they're go-getters. They love to get out and about and do things, and I think they will have in mind what they think has been the last 3 years of our country, and will vote accordingly. I think they tend towards one side more than the other anyway.
Yeah.
I think it'll be more pronounced.
I've got a message here as well saying that there's still long queues outside some of the polling places, which close in 2 minutes. But if you're in that queue, they're supposed to let you vote. So stay in that line if you want to get your vote done. I realize people have busy lives and that kind of thing. So clearly some people have left it to the last minute, but their vote is still important. Stay in those lines and make sure that you have your say. In terms of voter turnout, we started off really well with early turnout, and it's sort of superseded where we were in 2017, and now it's slipped a little bit. Do you think that is an indication of what we're going to see for the rest of the night? Do you think we're looking at a lower turnout, or is there a last-minute surge?
Hopefully there's a last-minute surge, because, I think at the last election, 600,000 people didn't vote. As you were alluding to before, that's a couple of political parties.
Yeah.
And if you want to have some influence, the least you can do, the very least you can do, is 11 seconds at a polling booth.
Yeah.
that's the bare minimum in a democracy, in my view. If you want to get involved more, then join a political party, go on marches. It'd be nice to see actually that kind of approach to politics in New Zealand. These people who say, "Oh, well, I'm a bit over it."
Yeah.
Well, this is the price of democracy.
Do you think part of that comes down to the fact we have a 3-year cycle?
Yes, I think it probably does. Although I don't think there's much appetite out there for changing that.
Yeah.
I think it's more about how we progress further down the track.
Yeah. So I'm going to do something that's going to shock you now, just because I can. And everyone's sort of sitting there on tenterhooks. Today, Brian Tamaki posted a video this morning in the polling blockout period stating vote for us, vote for Freedoms NZ, because we've got this tough on crime policy. I mean, he knows he's been in prison for 10 days. And now that it's after 7 o'clock, I can say this, which means, by the way, remember, if you're in lines, it's after 7 o'clock, they will still let you go and vote. Do you think that was a really stupid thing for him to do? Do you think do you think the Electoral Commission is going to use this as an example of what not to do for campaigning during the day?
No, I think he's a person without much credibility anyway. But he's got enough people to form a political party, and that's a big hurdle to make. But beyond that, he's irrelevant.
With the polling now closed, but again, if you're in line, stay there. With the polling now closed, how do you think those little parties are actually going to do?
I think they'll do very well.
Yeah,
I think they will. I think the Greens will do well. New Zealand First will chip in with a couple.
Yeah.
And ACT will take a few as well. So I think they'll do. I think they'll do well. The smaller parties. It'll be interesting to see once we get into the upper end of tonight and into tomorrow and the following days, as the votes continue to get counted. It'll be interesting to see who's going to be the one to be the king or queen maker of the in the spectrum. I don't know if you think. Do you think that the smaller parties will be?
I think they'll do really well. I think for something like Labour, for example, which has moved kind of centrist over the last few years, having somebody like the Green Party or Te Pāti Māori in there to pull them back left is what a lot of voters have been after. So hopefully we'll see some changes in Parliament instead of there just being like two major big blue blocks or big blocks, that we've got democracy working the way MMP is supposed to work. Yeah. So I'm going to move him back a little bit because Gary's walking back into the studio because he is our genius technician.
Yeah.
And I don't...
Filled up the tank.
He's filled up the tank. He got...
Well done.
The man got his beer. Which is absolutely brilliant. I've got people messaging me all over the place. So it is after 7 o'clock, which means that last time, were you here last time, Gary? Did you do some of the tech stuff with us? It was a long time ago.
Yeah, gosh, I can barely remember.
I mean, I can barely remember this morning, to be fair. It was something like 10 minutes before we started to see the first results trickle through. Really small polling stations for obvious reasons. I'm kind of curious, how long do you think, what's your estimate for when we start seeing things take shape tonight?
I'm guessing around the 8 o'clock mark, around the 8 o'clock mark. It'll be interesting to see from those South Auckland returns coming in. They tend to come back a little later, but they're an important indicator of which way the vote's going to go. More important for Labour than National. National probably doesn't hold out too much hope in South Auckland, but
they have places like Papakura, yeah, with Judith. She seems to, for some weird reason, have her talons in there. A terrible term. I'm sorry. I apologise to any Judith fans who, for some reason, are on listening at the
It's
moment.
after 7 o'clock and the teeth come out, eh?
That's right.
No comment. Yes, lots of comments. It's after 7. I can say anything I want except swearing now. It's great. Judith is one of those people who's very polarizing, but
Yes.
her electorate is obviously very blue and new and affluent.
Very, very blue. So yes, there is Judith out there, and of course you have Pakuranga is pretty blue.
Yeah.
Botany Downs.
Botany. That's Chris Luxon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
He doesn't even live in his electorate.
No, he doesn't.
He lives in Epsom.
It's like politicians that had their holiday homes in Hawaii.
Yeah. You mean Te Puke? Yeah. So I'm sorry. I shouldn't be making. It's now we're at the end point. We're officially at the end point of the campaign. We can have a bit of fun with it, I think, and we kind of need to.
Yeah, I do feel a lot more relaxed now, and really sort of rubbing my hands together with glee. Like the results are going to start coming through, and we're going to start to get an idea of the shape of Parliament.
So I've been getting messages all night from different party insiders from across the political spectrum, and they've all said exactly the same thing, which I think is fascinating. And it's all the nerves are kicking in.
Right.
Yeah. And I don't think it matters where you sit politically. That is going to be something that's obviously a natural state for tonight.
It's really like a beauty pageant in a way, without the pageantry. Who's going to get it, who's going to come through, and who are going to be the losers and the winners.
Yes.
And it'll be interesting to see who comes through these studio doors.
Yeah.
And it'll be interesting to see what their take is on it.
Oh, my phone is talking to me. It's terrible.
Oh, my Lord.
What it's telling me is that it's actually probably a really good time for us to take a little bit of a break off air so that we can refresh before the results start coming in. I'm actually going to duck over into the second studio. I'm going to keep this stream going if you guys want to keep talking or anything like that. For those people at home, now is the time to go do your bathroom breaks. But I'm going to jump online to Big Hairy News in the other studio if you guys want to stream multiple things. Otherwise, it'll just be a nice view of the studio here.
Yes.
And we'll be back in a few minutes with hopefully the first results. Keep the messages coming through. I will talk to you guys soon. Actually, if we're on a break here, I might just do the video call in here.
Oh, if you want to.
Yeah, because I'm just using my phone.
It's easy enough. It's a quick call, eh?
Yeah, 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, right. All good. We can watch the results come in, and then we can have great stuff to talk about after the 20 minutes.
Get my phone case thing to work. Actually, I should see what the light is like in here.
Hello.
Good idea.
Perfect.
I think you guys should go and get a break.
Yeah.
Right. Cool.
Get the studio empty. Just pop this up here.
Somewhere.
How's that?
That is perfect. All right. So for those of you streaming at home, I'll be back soon. Yeah, feel free to keep the comments flying. Very soon, I need a drink. Or watch BHN.
Good. 2 minutes leaving the instrumental, guys. Yeah. Cheers. Right.
All good, right?
How did it go?
That went really well. Right. Right, I'm back, everybody. Oh, wow, everybody freaking out because Labor's down. And the 5% of the vote so far counted. Labor down, but that's because your early polling stations are rural because they're only open for a few days. So they're the fastest ones to count. So, what have I missed in terms of messaging? Everybody freaking out. It's really out of it. Yeah, Jen, yeah, 3.6, it's neck and neck between Labor and Green candidates in Dunedin. Greens have 43% of the party vote, Labor 21 in Dunedin. Yeah, all sorts going on. Lots of swears. Lots and lots of swears. And almost swears from people. Like, oh my God, oh my God. And people saying that just staring at the sign beats the Labor the TV3 coverage. So I'm going to take that as a win.
Yes.
Definitely going to take that as a win. We need to see the music break for the playlist saved for us for later. I have a request from somebody wanting to know if they can get a copy of the playlist later.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Just a bunch of instrumental tracks.
Yes. All right. We'll take down Phil's sign. I hope everybody had a chance to scan that because they're awesome. And for anybody at home wondering about Free FM, if you live in Kirikiriroa and you want to get into podcasting, honestly, this place is amazing. They are so good at it. They give you all the tools. You get people like Gary here who is amazing at helping you with the technical stuff. We've got the first results being handed to us. So let's have a look.
Mic on for this.
Yeah, let's tune back in.
3, 2, 1.
Hello there. We're back again here at freefm.org.nz. I've just been handed a pile of results. It's very exciting. We've got very, very early tallies for some of the electorates. Is there an electorate, James, that you're particularly interested in?
Ham East.
Ham East. All right. Of course, we just had Georgian not that long ago. 0% counted. Same with Hamilton West. So we don't have any results for them yet.
Oh, you mean Hamilton's not a priority?
Well, perhaps it's because we're getting people saying that there's a ton of lines out there. They can't start counting until people have finished. But if you're in the line at 7 o'clock, hopefully it's gone down a little bit. But if you're in the line, stay in the line because you can keep counting. There's some really interesting results here, such as Auckland Central, Chloe Swarbrick.
Yes.
She's still leading the vote there with 5.5% of the vote counted.
What about Epsom?
Epsom, I would love for David Seymour not to be leading, but unfortunately that's not going to be the case. It is, yeah, painful. I've never understood the people of Epsom just going, yeah, no, we'll just give David a seat. What does he do for us? But yes, David Seymour has a commanding lead at the moment over Paul Goldsmith, and they've actually done quite a high count. They're at 13.6% of their total count done so far. I'm trying to think of what the other Waikato electorates, because I should know that off the top of my head. If I don't. None of them have been counted yet. They're still marked as 00. Yeah. More paperwork coming in and flying around. Northcote National is looking at leading over Shannon Halbert, which is annoying. I actually went to a meeting with Dan and Shannon, and Dan spent the whole meeting talking about one person, one vote, and I don't believe in co-governance, and the marae are running things terribly. And he was absolutely abusive to Māori there.
Yes.
And the locals are still thinking of voting for him because Northcote, I guess. What are the results that you've got there?
I've got the projected votes for the parties. That has National in front at the moment, according to projections. But apart from that, just looking through the Democracy NZ, can you believe, has a thousand votes?
I didn't know Matt King could vote 1,000 times.
Yes.
So we've got some interesting ones here. Looking at like Maureen Pugh is losing West Coast Tasman. Damien O'Connor is currently in the lead there. Taranaki King Country as well, which is, of course, where Barbara Kuriger has basically been safe, even though she used her position as an MP to try and get her husband and son off very serious charges with MPI for animal abuse. She is still leading that race over Angela Roberts of Labour, and there's 11.7% counted there. Wellington Central is actually being led at the moment by the Greens. Tamitha Paul is leading there with 12.8% of the vote counted.
Well, that's interesting because that's normally a Labour seat, isn't it?
Yeah. I think it's really important as well that people remember there's no such thing as an actual safe seat. There's an assumption, but it could be taken out by anybody.
True.
Yeah. What else have we got here? Shane Reti is looking at winning Whangarei, or leading Whangarei. To be fair, it's 5% of the vote counted. These are very, very early days.
Yes.
But this is one that's quite interesting. Hauraki Waikato. Hana Rafiti Maipi Clark is leading Nanaya Mahuta. Yeah, at 3.3% of the vote count at the moment.
See, I think being foreign minister can go for one of two ways. Either you're away from the country too much to be an electorate MP.
Yep.
Or you're high ranking enough to command thank you.
Yeah.
To command a vote. But I think with Mahuta, it's probably the fact that she's not there as much as she could be as a foreign minister.
Yeah.
That's probably tickling her.
It could be. It could be. And to be fair, Hana Rafiti has done really well this campaign. She's had some TV exposure. She has shown exactly what she brings to the table. She is young, intelligent. She's Māori. She's got a whole bunch of really awesome stuff going for her that's, I think, resonating with the voters there. But 3.3% of the vote counted.
Right.
So it could be early days. We've also got a total tally count so far of 10.4% of the results, in which the National Party is currently leading 40.73% to Labour's 26.20%, followed by the Green Party on 10%, ACT on 9%, and New Zealand First on 6.2%. Te Pāti Māori is actually looking at 2.34%, and then all the rest are like 4.5%.
That's for Te Pāti Māori. That's higher than they were polling at one of the most recent polls, where it was roughly 1%, 1.5%. So they've nearly doubled at this stage anyway. Their poll.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and that's not a bad thing. I think their voice is a really important one to have there.
Well, I think they have a really good tax policy, and they were the only party really to come out solidly with a tax policy that was at variance to the right.
Yeah.
I think Labour didn't show very much in the way of intestinal fortitude when it came to the discussion around taxes.
Yeah. I have to agree there. They were very safe. They tried to keep it very safe. Yeah. Speaking of fortitude and things that are safe that shouldn't be, Sam Uffindale in Tauranga is currently leading, and they're at 25% of the vote counted.
Is he leading by much? Do we know?
I'd say by a bed leg.
Hey. You're quick tonight.
Thank you. Tim Vandermolen for the Waikato electorate. He is very much a safe bet for that one, being a National Party candidate. Yeah, it'll be interesting actually to see some of those areas like Wellington Central where there is this debate as to what could happen. Chris Hipkins, the current Prime Minister, is currently leading Rimataka. It's kind of a given, really, that one.
Well, you'd kind of think your Prime Minister can win a seat, don't you?
You would hope so.
You would hope so.
Yeah, but they also have the option of only being on the list if they want.
Which do you prefer them to be?
I think I prefer a politician to be on the list and as an electorate if they're in one of those top positions. But I also understand if you're Prime Minister, it must be really hard to run a country and be an electorate MP.
Yeah.
The juggling act has got to be absolutely crazy.
I would say so. Yeah, I mean Helen Clark managed to do it for years, but then she's a beast when it
Yes.
comes to work, isn't she? She loves to nose to the grindstone sort of
Oh, yeah.
approach to profession.
And I think Jacinda was very similar to that with the work ethic. And I think it's really important to point out, since I am in Kirikiriroa Hamilton, that both Jacinda and Helen were born at Waikato Hospital.
Get away.
Yep.
How did you know that?
Because I'm very clever.
Are you a stalker?
Yes,
Very good.
absolutely. I'm sure there's going to be comments coming in going, yep, no, he's a stalker. But I haven't seen it yet. It's bound to be. It's bound to be something. I'm just trying to see if there's anything else that sort of really jumps out here in terms of the very, very early results. Let's see what we've got here. So Hamilton West preliminary account. You got Hamilton East? You got Hamilton
Yes,
West?
I've got Hamilton West.
Okay. So 915 votes counted, which is a grand total of 1.3. Leading candidate is Tama Potaka, but it's actually really close.
It is really close. There's about 40 votes in it, isn't there?
Yeah. Myra Williamson sitting at 319, Tama Potaka at 383. Tama, of course, won the by-election last year.
He did. I had him on the show, on my show, dare I say it, on this particular program, that my show is Back Chat with James King. We've got Muriel Newman, the former ACT MP, coming on the show tomorrow. But I interviewed Tama Potaka when he first came to prominence, and seemed like a really affable, interested, engaged sort of guy.
I really want to know where the National Party is, their special supermarket, because Christopher Luxon's $60 a week on groceries, but Tama Potaka and his $4.18 tax break will get you rice and beans and all the rest of it. Or was it rice and beans and protein bars?
Cantina corned beef.
Yeah, I want to know where that is.
Yeah.
That would be really cool.
Costco.
Yeah. Yeah. So in terms of the party vote for Hamilton West, and what we'll do is we've got former Hamilton West MP Martin Gallagher actually kind of curious about when we can have a chat to him. Is he coming in, or does he want to call? Or
we'd be looking at a telephone at the moment.
That's awesome. I remember how those work. So yeah, happy to get him in when he wants to come in. So for the Hamilton West, updates on Hamilton West. It's still surprisingly close. 2.6% of the vote counted, which is double what we saw before. That's 653 to 559. So about 100 votes in it at the moment.
About 100 votes, which is still very, very close at this early stage.
Yeah. The party vote is also really close. National 34, Labour Party 31. And Hamilton West has always been considered a bellwether seat. It's not really anymore. But it is, especially this election, I think.
Yes, but the gap between the two in terms of the party vote lead is a lot less than it was polling leading up to this. I think even the Labour Party's internal polling showed that it was in better shape against the Nats than otherwise.
Yeah. Looking at some of these other numbers as well, the Green Party candidate is actually polling better than the ACT Party candidate for Hamilton West. And he's just below the New Zealand First candidate. Now, Kevin Stone, who's running for New Zealand First in Hamilton West, is number 25 or 26 on their list. So probably not going to get in. But he does have this really creepy thing where he hates the word Aotearoa. Like he loathes it. Seeing him online, and anybody who says it, he will freak out. It's like, no, it's New Zealand, not Aotearoa. I've never seen a candidate do that. And he's currently sitting with 119 votes in Hamilton West.
Most people these days, if they don't love it, they tolerate Aotearoa New Zealand. I don't love it. I don't hate it. I just think it's complicated.
Yeah, just another name.
Just another name.
Yeah, I find it's just another name. But yeah, the party vote actually split for the area is quite fascinating as well. 565 for National Party, 513 for the Labour Party.
Yeah. It is. I was interested to look at the Opportunity Party, which 32 votes isn't going to trouble the score very much, and then they've got Animal Justice Party with 4 votes. You look down some of these parties you've never heard of.
Yeah.
But no McGillicuddy serious party these days.
No, actually, what we're going to do is I think we'll take a little bit of a music break so we can make a quick phone call. And if the phone call doesn't go well, then I'll tell you about my run-in with the leader of the McGillicuddy party a few weeks ago. I ran into Graham a little while ago.
Yeah.
He was actually out at the Parongia Cottage Craft Show, and Mum's one of the organisers there. And Mum's house is the closest to where the craft show is on.
Yeah.
So he got changed at our place, and like I literally pull up, and out the door there's Graham Cairns, the leader of the McGillicuddy serious party, and it was like, this is awesome. It's so cool. I miss the McGillicuddys.
Me too.
They were fantastic.
Well, I got a McGillicuddy's badge.
Legend.
Oh, really? Is it authentic?
It was
Back in the day.
when they released a collection of their manifestos, which was a few years ago, 4 years ago or so.
Yeah.
At the Meteor, they released all of their manifestos, like the Great Leap Backwards and
Yeah,
stuff like that.
I
Yeah.
remember,
Yeah. All right, so I'll bring up Martin now.
Is that coming through the speakers or headphones only?
Headphones only when we're on air.
Okay.
So yeah, so you guys will want to wear the headphones.
Oh, I suppose, yeah. Might need to unplug and replug.
Let's see. All right.
Have there been any updates for Hamilton East?
I'm watching it very closely.
Okay, thank you. James, can I get you to plug that one in for me? I'll unplug this because it's not that audio that. Awesome.
You're awesome.
Have we got something for me to plug this in?
There should be somewhere around here. Sorry, I'm gonna put it.
I don't think that's going to work.
No.
I mean, it's fun, but it's not going to work.
Yeah,
having
mail
two
on
mounts.
mail.
Can I turn this fan off?
Yeah.
There should be one there somewhere. It's under the desk.
Oh.
It's around there somewhere.
Got Martin all right?
I'm waiting for a call from him, yeah.
So you're supposed to call him?
No, he's messed up his phone.
Of course he has.
Martin, hello.
This is a
Righto,
3.5
I'll just put
mil
you
jack,
on
not a
hold
2.5
and
mil
talk
jack.
to you in a few moments. Cheers, mate.
Do you have an adapter?
Oh, look at that.
It's all right. I can go ask Phil if he's got one.
Are those your own headphones?
No.
or- No. There should be one around here. Like around.
Oh, maybe I don't know. Mine's plugged into that one.
Oh yeah, they'll be around this side.
Oh,
This
sorry.
side. Oh, we've got one here, and we've got one there.
That's my one.
Oh,
And that goes to
my
the
four.
podcast that he's doing.
It's all good. All right. So, do you want to do the interview with Martin then?
Okay.
I'll just sit back and nod and smile.
Well, they can sit here and do it.
Yeah. Sit side by side.
Sit by side by side.
Can't do it.
Changing seats. It's terrible. I sat on that side for a reason. So, we've only got the two plugs over here.
Yeah.
No, because the microphone's going through the audio.
Yes.
I say, you want to do the interview?
Okay.
Righto. Have a chat to Martin.
Okay.
And I'll go back to my little corner. And answer messages that are coming through.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
Kia ora and welcome to the election night special at Free FM, of course. My name's James King. I'm here with Paul Barlow, and Gary's with us on the desk. We've got Martin Gallagher on the phone to talk about the election campaign and so on. Good morning, good evening, rather, to you, Mr. Gallagher. How's things?
Right. So for those at home, you probably can't hear Martin because it's going through the headphones. And
Yes.
technology.
So Paul and I are here to talk about the political campaign. What were your thoughts, or what are your thoughts on how well the political campaign went for the particular parties? How would you assess the campaign by the Labour Party particularly? Do you think that there'll be any Labour-leaning or left-leaning votes from the overseas sector? Do you think there will be a result tonight? And it'll be interesting to see just where the chips fall. It'll be interesting to see the likes of the smaller parties and how much support they're able to garner, looking out to forming a coalition at some point. People being ruled out, like New Zealand First was ruled out by this party and that party, and it's. Do you th- What do you think of the fact that the Greens are doing so well? What lies behind them? Was it just the fact that they ran a very effective and positive campaign? I think people still underestimate just how effective Winston Peters is on the campaign trail. He is one of the best political campaigners I think I've ever seen. It's interesting. I think that they were polling at 4 or 5% a week or so ago. It'll be interesting to see what people's attitudes are to the New Zealand First Party, given that it's as old as the hills now, with Winston at the helm. Will there be a Winston Peters as Deputy Prime Minister or Foreign Affairs again? Or yeah. Yes, indeed. And do you have a prediction of any kind looking out to the next few weeks? Do you think we're going to, in other words, do you think we're going to have a definitive result tonight? Yes, it'll be interesting to see, Martin. Thank you very much for your time this evening. That was Martin Gallagher, former MP and now commentator.
Yeah, Martin is very quick to tell me when I bugger something up, to be fair. Love the guy. He's absolutely amazing. Hey, I've got the first results coming in through for Hamilton East. And it's a tie between Georgie Dancy and Ryan Hamilton for Labour. Georgie, who we obviously had in before, and Ryan, who is Ryan. It's a very, very low count, 1.4% of the vote count so far. And they're both sitting on 8 votes, which is,
it's
very,
a dead
very
heat.
small.
It's a dead heat, but then it's only 1.4% of the vote.
Absolutely. But what's interesting, though, is that the National Party is far outranking the Labour Party for party vote.
Yes, for what, nearly 9.5% difference.
Almost 10.
Almost 10, yeah.
Almost 10%, yeah. But then we're finding smaller parties are just not getting the votes at all. New Zealand First has 1 vote, for example, in Hamilton East so far. Te Pāti Māori 1 vote, ACT 2. Twice the number of people have voted for ACT than for New Zealand First in this particular one. But looking at some of the numbers that we had come through before, which is also really interesting, at 20% of the votes being counted, based purely on the number of electorates and percentages, New Zealand First doesn't quite make it in with the updated this MMP system that we've got.
No.
Yeah. And there we go, a bit of a change. Okay, so now we've got 2.9% of the vote for Hamilton East counted, and it turns out that Hamilton East candidates don't mind if their candidates are like, hey, let's kill our councillors.
It's the name Hamilton that's the leading.
So somebody who hasn't lived in Hamilton for a very long time, are voters that gullible that they will vote for someone named Hamilton because he's in Hamilton?
I think if it's not obvious on the hoardings, they'll make an association.
Okay.
Between the names, they'll think, well, that's national for Hamilton with this guy, rather than this is the guy's last name.
That makes a lot of sense. So yeah, at 2.9% of the vote, which is 51 votes, to be fair, we're not talking massive numbers yet. Ryan Hamilton has an 11-point lead. But yeah, really interesting to see how the party vote is going as well. NZ Loyal, nothing. Animal Justice, nothing. Top 1. New Zealand First 1. Te Pāti Māori 2. Yeah,
it's close.
It is, yeah. It's a very fascinating electorate. But having a look at some of the numbers that have come through as well in terms of the overall party vote for the country, the very early projected sort of breakdown, you're looking at 48 seats for National, 13 for the Labour Party, 3 for the Greens, 2 for ACT, none for New Zealand First, and 5 for Te Pāti Māori. And that's just based on really early prelim results. At the same time, if we were to run that through the there's actually like a seat calculator that you can find on vote.nz. And we make a couple of assumptions using those same numbers, like we expect Rawiri Waititi to take out his seat. You'd be looking at ACT having about 11 seats, New Zealand First having 8. The New Zealand Labour Party with 33, Te Pāti Māori with 3, the Greens with 13, and National Party with 52, which would actually give the left bloc more seats than the right bloc.
Right, yes.
And of course, again, New Zealand First in the middle. I haven't worked out why every 3 years we give an old dude Winston that one vote for the rest of the country.
Because he does what he says he's going to do when he's in power, and he has had the Deputy Prime Ministership, he's had Foreign Affairs before, he's had his successes with gold cards, and
that's actually one that gets me. The gold card is 25 years old. And people still, I'm voting for Winston because he gave us the gold card. You were in your 40s when he gave you the gold card.
Do you know that he does a lot for the racing industry?
He does too much for the racing industry. He literally gave them money for the regional fund, the regional development fund, to fund in areas like Christchurch where they weren't supposed to have those funds to build a race course.
You're just anti-racing.
I can't say
That's
I've ever.
What you mean by being racial?
Yeah, I'm going to not go into that.
My mum said about Winston Peters, he's got such a wicked smile, and I didn't know whether that was a compliment or to his detriment. But I guess it could be both.
My nana thinks he's debonair and charismatic and all of that.
He did sell me the best pair of shot glasses I ever had.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was in Parliament. I was visiting Parliament, and we were in the gift shop. And he walks in, and I'm sort of, what do I want to buy? What do I want to buy? And I turn around, like, oh crap, it's Winston Peters. He's like, no, mate, you got to get the shot glasses. Okay, why is it? Shot glasses.
Yeah.
But, okay, cool.
Oh,
he likes a tipple.
He does like
a
a tipple.
Story about Winnie there, eh?
Yeah, I think everybody has they kind of know Winnie from somewhere story.
I've got a story from Winston, but I couldn't possibly tell it on air.
That might be a good time for us to take a little bit of a music break.
Yes.
So we can have a little bit of a catch up. I mean, is it okay for streaming?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, we'll do the story off the air. Well, unfortunately for the listeners at freefm.org.nz, we have broadcasting standards to deal with. So what is the story of Winston? What is the story with Winston?
Winston rang me up one night.
Yeah?
Drunk as a skunk.
To
have a go at me. He was having a go at the wrong person. Because he was meant to be having a go at the guy on Radio Pacific rather than this guy.
Right, so he called the...
Oh my God.
I interviewed him once on BFM when he was talking about railways of national significance.
Railways of national significance.
To try appease his voter bloc. And
yeah,
it's hard to get Winston Peters' phone number, but I managed to get his cell because he was in transit. and I called him, and he says, he answers the phone by going,
thank you.
like bling bling, and I'm like, is that Winston Peters? And he's like, who wants to know?
Good old Winston.
Maybe I shouldn't tell that.
No.
He might get upset.
Yeah, don't piss him off.
No.
Yeah, don't want to get on the wrong side of
Winston.
Is this the original version of the song?
No,
It's a Indian version.
Okay.
And it's basically
Roka and Azita.
what's the song?
Oh, it's the one that was done for Pulp Fiction.
I think it's based on an old Turkish folk song originally.
Yeah.
Cathedral and Delta bands in the 60s.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure it's based on old
Oh, yeah.
Turkish folk.
This one's called Sexy Coffee Pot.
Why not? Everyone loves a sexy coffee pot.
Coffee is very sexy.
Yeah.
Half the time.
Yeah, it looks as though Dancy's not troubling the score too much at the moment.
No, but it does depend on where it's being counted.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I guess I'm ready to go when you're ready to go. You need a break.
3, 2, 1.
Welcome back to the Free FM election night coverage. We've just had more notes handed to us. It's going to be one of those nights where there's lots of information flying around because it's an election, and that's how elections work. Pew 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 pew. Yep.
I feel sorry for the trees.
Yeah. Yeah, this is all recycled though, so that is at least a bonus. And as we know from Christopher Luxon, recycling is how you save the environment. It's exactly what he does.
Especially from those pesky dinosaurs.
If they exist, yeah. So we've got another update for Hamilton East, which is now up to 7.2% of the count. And Ryan Hamilton has actually doubled his lead now on Georgie Dancy, sitting at 1404 for Ryan, 734 for Georgie. The party vote is actually very similar to what we're looking at for the individual vote, 51.26 to National, 20.12 to the Labour Party.
That's a pretty big margin.
It is a pretty sizable margin.
Even though it's not, there's not an incredible number of votes casted or counted at this point.
Yeah.
That's a margin that is almost embarrassing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's actually a bit weird. So having a look through the candidate list here for Hamilton East, you've got Tanya Ban from New Zealand Loyal, which is obviously a party that was out there and that came out of the freedom movement. You've got Nathan Lee Cooper, who's got one vote, and he has his own party, which is called the New World Order Party.
Which is good because his one vote is from him.
Probably, quite probably. You've got Free FM regular Jack Geelan here. He has managed to score a whole 2 whole votes. I guess him and his wife voted.
Yes.
Hard to know. You've got Russell Knapp, who is really well known in the anti-fluoride, anti-vaccine networks around the country. She is in the New Zealand First Party. She's sitting here at the moment on 76 votes. You've got Ash Palmer as well for the ACT Party. He's sitting here on 109 votes. Ash, of course, was the one who made headlines last week or the week before for being worried about the New World Order telling him what to do and controlling him.
Right.
So there's, of the candidates that they've got, there's 6 of them. 60% of all candidates in the Hamilton East electorate have been known to spread mis and disinformation in some way or another. And it's an electorate that has a really low average income, $38,000 per year, a very young income, because a very young age group because of the university on campus. Are you surprised by what you're seeing here?
Yes, I am, and I'm not. As you say, there are a number of parties there that lean to a particular spectrum, part of the spectrum. I just think the proliferation of candidates and political parties and what have you is led by social media to some degree.
Yeah.
There are more opinions out there getting voiced and getting heard than ever before. I mean, when I think back to when I was a kid back in the 80s and we had first passed the post, you'd hear from National or Labour, or National and Labour, rather than the smaller parties, because they were largely irrelevant to the political machinery. But now under MMP and under MMP with social media, it just makes it that much more fluid.
Yeah.
And, I think that while some of these numbers look a bit sad, it's when you add them all up, they're still sad, but it accounts for quite a few people.
It does, yeah. And I mean, we're looking at 2,500 people having voted here already. And that's really clear. Like it's really solid. I've got one of my friends has just messaged me going, well, it's clearly going to be Ryan Hamilton that wins. It's too early to tell on 7.2% of the vote, but there's certainly a trend that's coming through here.
There is a trend, and it's all bad for Labour on that score.
On that particular seat, absolutely. And for Hamilton, the city, not the person. Because with Ryan Hamilton being an elected councillor, if he gets elected, he then triggers a by-election process. So that's about $50,000 worth that has to be spent from ratepayers for the 4th election that Hamilton will be having in 2 years.
Yes.
That's
He's a member of Hamilton City Council.
Yeah.
And he's going to have to leave that
Yes.
if he becomes a national electorate MP.
Yeah, absolutely. So it is, yeah, either way, he's going to cost people money, which I'm sure the voters of Hamilton are really going to appreciate.
Yes, and they should have thought about that before they cast a vote.
Well, if they're voting based on his name, then who knows if that's something that they'd take on board. But and like I give Ryan a lot of stick about this kind of thing because I find some of the voting issues that have cropped up the sort of thing that gets downplayed a lot here. But the reality is that he was kind of in a no-win situation that he put himself in. Either he goes off and he runs in the electorate and he doesn't win, in which case he stays on as a councillor, but he's the loser who lost the National Party electorate, or he wins and he costs the city thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars to put on a by-election. But at the same time, he knew he was going to put his name forward for it at the last local body election.
Yeah.
So he went into that election knowing that either way, he's going to have to piss off some of the people of the city to achieve what he wants to achieve.
Yes. Yes. And that's not really good enough, is it? Once you know that you're going to stand for national honours, then you go stand for national honours and not stand for whatever else party or political job you might like.
Yeah, exactly. So we've got an update here on Hamilton West as well. 20% of the vote, 20.8% of the vote. That margin has definitely split a little bit.
Yes, yes. 4,277 votes counted for national, Tamapotaka, and 2,471 votes at this stage for Myra Williamson.
Yeah, and having the Green Party with a resounding 666 votes for the party vote. That's not ominous at all. Not really. And having a look through some of the candidates that we've got here as well, the smaller parties, they've not really made much of a dent in the party vote, in the candidate vote. And looking at some of those split off Freedom Party groups, where you've got something like New Zealand Loyal, 50 votes, the New Nation Party, 40 votes, New Conservatives, 15. I didn't realise Leighton Baker and his daughter were in this electorate, but they've got 2 votes, so I assume that that's who's voted for.
And the Animal Justice Party with 26 vote. I interviewed someone from the Animal Justice Party a couple of weeks ago, and apparently they've got in the election.
Must be what, 18?
18, yes.
Okay.
18 plus.
That makes it seem. One of the things I find interesting about Hamilton West is more people have voted for the Aotearoa Legalised Cannabis Party than have voted for New Conservatives, New Nation, the Women's Rights Party, which is just a straight up TERF party, Democracy NZ. It's quite fascinating to see how that one works.
It's interesting because the idea that the Aotearoa Legalised Cannabis Party can actually organise a party is
hey, I am sure they have the best parties because you know they're holding.
That's right. But yeah, for them to get more votes than someone like I don't know, the Opportunities Party, which they're threatening nobody otherwise. But what was I going to say? I think that the fact that they are there as a one-issue party, I'm a bit jaded with the one-issue parties.
Yeah.
Because they don't make the place look untidy, but they do make the place look as though it needs some work doing to it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I'm having a look at some updated numbers as well for Hamilton East.
Who's the New Conservatives, by the way?
They are the ultra-religious group that used to be run by Leighton Baker.
Ah, yes.
They stand for everything every other Freedom Party stands for, with a religious bent to it, which is bordering on fascism half the time.
So they should call themselves the fundamentalist Conservatives.
They definitely don't put fun in fundamentalist, not by a long shot.
I like it.
They are a party that's had serious consistency. I don't know if you had a chance to read it, actually. There was a great book that was brought out by Byron Clark earlier in the year called Fear. And it took a look at the alt-right fascist networking in this country and the sort of markets that are out there, the people that are involved with it. New Conservatives got a lot of mention. Their marketing person, Deoe Diabua, I believe his name is, he outright claims to be a Nazi. and that's the
Right.
person in charge of the messaging for New Conservatives. So it is really problematic.
Where are they? Whereabouts are they based?
They actually have two. They usually have two leaders, but one stepped down just as the election cycle began. The other one, Helen Houghton, is based down in Christchurch.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, Christchurch does have a bit of a
It's fair
reputation.
share, doesn't it?
Yep. The Bakers are down that way as well.
Mm.
Yeah, it's quite fascinating. So what have we got? I've got Te Pāti Māori looking good via Davis in Te Tai Tonga. So it's Calvin Davis up there.
Mhm.
I had a chance to meet Calvin actually a couple of weeks ago, and I was so impressed with him. Like I've seen him on TV, and I know he's a great orator. And we were at this Meet the Candidates event, and there were some hecklers there from the National Party who got up and started complaining about te tiriti. And his response was, he was in the middle of his introduction, his response was, you, sir, are complaining. What are the three articles, or how many articles are there in te tiriti? And the guy couldn't answer it. And he goes, look, see, this is why we've got an ignorance problem. People are ignorant about our founding document, but they think they know what's going on.
Mm.
But hearing him talk in the way that he reacted to things is absolutely the sort of thing that is, yeah, I think people need. What we're going to do is we're going to take another quick music break. For those of you that are streaming this through video, please feel free to jump onto freefm.org.nz while we line up a call with another candidate that I'm going to let James do the discussion on.
Thank you.
So he's really young.
Right,
What is
I,
it?
Ryan Hamilton.
yeah,
Do you want to?
nope,
No, you don't.
nope. I still have my microphone going on here. I don't know. You can ring. I can't stand him. I turn my mic off when I'm dealing with him.
Do you want to talk with him?
In fact, I am going to leave the studio and go have a bit of a drink while you have a chat to him. So I'll be back very
Yeah,
soon.
all right. It's a bit muddy. Yeah, that'll be good. Thanks. Righto, I'll put you on hold, and we'll have you on air in a couple of minutes. When you can hear us, we're on air. Okay. All good? Yeah, that's a bit better. Righto, when you can hear us, we're on air, okay? Cheers, Ryan. Conflict of interest.
I'm going to leave this one to you.
Yep. 3, 2, 1.
Kia ora and welcome to the Election Night Special on Free FM. I'm James King, your host. Paul has stepped out just for a moment. I'm here with Gary, our technical guy, and I've got on the line Ryan Hamilton, leading candidate in the Hamilton East electorate. Good evening to you. I think we're doing just fine. How are you doing? You're looking good. So how would you characterize your campaign, your personal campaign, this election? Well, you're 2,000, more than 2,000 votes in front of Georgie. How do you think your relationship with the electorate has underpinned your numbers, if you like? What is special about your relationship with the electorate? Have you enjoyed this campaign? And what do you think of the ability of your leader, Chris Luxon? Well, he seems to be a very, I haven't met the guy, but he seems to be a very affable, very intelligent sort of a person. What do you think are his strengths as a leader? It is exciting to watch. It's been an exciting campaign in many ways, and in some ways, it's been a bit pedestrian. But Luxon has done a good job throughout to maintain the what would you call the profile of the party. He's sort of come into his own a little bit. He kind of reminds me. He kind of reminds me a little bit of John Key when John Key came in. He had that kind of common touch, that sort of approach where you think, oh yeah, this guy I can relate to. Do you have a feel for what might be happening over the next 24, 48 hours, or is that, or you're still in this let's wait and see mode? Hmm. Has it been a pleasant campaign with the other candidates? Has there been any? What are the highlights of your campaign with the others? Were the public meetings and so on, were they well received? Was there good voter turnout for people to have a look at what you've got to say? Did you do the door knocking and the phoning and so on around the electorate? Well, you came to my house, so I was pleased about that. Yeah, yeah. It must be a very difficult time for family of candidates or of sitting MPs for that matter to go through. It's a couple of months, isn't it, of hard work and long hours and yes. Mm. will you go back and reflect and find out from yourself or wonder to yourself how you got into this position? I mean, there's no respite really. I guess you gear up. You might have the Christmas holidays, but you're still gearing up for representation, aren't you? It's a 24/7 job. Yes, yes. By all means, thank you very much for joining us on the program, Ryan. Thank you. That was Ryan Hamilton, looking like winning the Hamilton East seat. He's got more than 5,000 votes, 5,680 votes at the last count, against the Labour Party with 2,895 votes. So current margin is 2,785 votes.
Yeah, so I'm just having a look over. Oh, sorry, I'm not even seeing if the buttons are pressed. Just having a look over the preliminary results for the party vote nationwide at the moment. It is looking like Chris is going to win the election, or Christopher is going to win the election based on what we've got here. We're looking at, National sitting at 42.1% of the party vote at the moment. Labour sitting at just 25.68%. Of course, it is early days. The polls have only been shut for not even 90 minutes yet. But what we tend to see on election night is a shift towards those bigger polling stations that you find in places like South Auckland that tend to go a little bit left. So I don't imagine that this is going to be the end of the line.
The definitive result.
Yeah, exactly. But there's certainly some interesting stuff that's going on in here. New Zealand First is really close, like it's sitting at 5.94 of the current vote. And that is just over the threshold to get in. So there is still a really real possibility based on those last polls that come in from those more urban areas that tend to go left. Winston might not make it based on some of these, and that would be a very interesting makeup for Parliament in general. I think what we should do, because I can smell it from here, there is pizza outside waiting for us. So we shall go and have a quick sort of 10-15 minute break for everybody so we can grab something to eat, and then when we get back we'll have more updated results for everyone. Until then, stay listening, stay tuned in wherever you are, and we'll keep you up to date with the results as they roll on in.
Righto.
Yeah.
Well, I'm happy that Ryan didn't outright offend me. Yeah. I mean, I know he's a cuck.
Yeah.
But oh, pardon me, stream.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, but yeah, no. Anyway, I mean, I'm not surprised or anything.
Yeah.
By any other results thus far. Although, man, Winston Peters, fuck, that would be a fucking Christmas present, wouldn't it?
I would love for him not to hit that 5% mark.
That would be so good.
Yeah.
Like.
Yep, I would be down for that.
And then we could possibly, with the trend at the moment, we could national and ACT barely sitting there on 50%.
That would be a crack up.
Yeah,
that would be an absolute
really
crack up.
With this diverse, powerful left block against these fucking.
Hey, anything can happen. It is early days. I think it'll be another 90 minutes before we see what the actual shape of things are. Yeah, I guess time will tell.
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to that holiday right now.
Yeah.
Really looking forward to it.
I've already uninstalled Facebook.
Yep, uninstalling Facebook sounds like a really smart move, actually. Right, so while they're going off to get food, I'm going to sit here and do this, wave to everybody. Do you guys have any questions that are sitting there on the stream while I'm not broadcasting via the radio? Since I can do that now. If there's any questions you've got, let me know. It is gonna be a long night, I suspect. Like literally, I don't know if you guys can see this. This is the pile of papers that we've had come through. It gets fed to us very thick and fast, and it is kind of scary. Yeah. What do we got? Ah, so Sarah Jane wants to know where I'm going for my holiday. So I am off to catch up with my partner in Manila, and we'll be there for a week. And then we're going to a place called Boracay, which is white sands and palm trees and coconuts, and we'll be there for a week. And then I'm meeting my mother in Sydney for 2 weeks, and then a week on the Gold Coast. It is yeah, like the stuff in Australia is about family and catching up with family. The stuff in the Philippines is not, but looking forward to it. Unfortunately, the tickets are already booked, Sarah Jane, so no, not at the moment. But it does sound absolutely beautiful. What do we got here from Beyond Aeon? How much control do you think the National? I think National will give the Billionaires Pet Act party going on a current percentage. Honestly, it's a really tough one to tell because I think the larger that the party vote is for National, the more power that they've got to go into do their negotiations and say, why should we give you anything? It's a little bit like what the Greens have suffered from over the years, where Labour seems to be so big that they haven't necessarily needed them for an outright coalition, but like what we saw last time with Winston and the Greens and Labour. So I am sure that if ACT does as well as ACT is doing, that they'll get very little, which is not a bad thing. So this is a really interesting one from Simon as well. Any reason to believe particular shifts in the votes at any particular time? There absolutely is. The way that the vote counting works is that they basically start off with your smaller voting stations, and they tend to be rural. They tend to have only been open sort of for 1 or 2 days. So you have smaller numbers. So you see like a right-wing boost at the beginning. The ones that take the longest to count are the ones that have the largest population bases. So they tend to be areas like South Auckland, Central Auckland, your built-up urban areas. So we'll see the ones that tend to go left actually tend to be the last ones because they tend to be the bigger counts if the numbers have come out, if the left were really successful in getting that shift to happen, because we saw the swings in the polls, and I know that the Labour Party was really excited about what the possibility was that was going to be, but it was a really tough one to call. The bigger electorates, when they count, do tend to go a certain way. If blue and pink wins and Winston doesn't get in and they need another party to get through, who would they want? I actually don't know who they would go with. It is a really tricky one. And there's a couple of complicating factors here, Tina. One of them is the fact that there's actually a by-election for the Port Waikato electorate that's coming up, and that is almost 100% guaranteed to be national, but it's not finalised until that by-election comes through. So that could be the thing that they start debating and negotiating. It's really quite strange to sort of sit down and watch, because there's a possibility that they might not be able to form a government. And of course, there's special votes and international votes as well, which can be 2 to 3 different seats moved around Parliament. So it is really, really, it feels like a really tight thing at the moment. But again, we've got massive polling areas that haven't been counted properly yet. This one here, what's gone wrong with the left? National's got a clear lead, but I can't understand how National's tax plan didn't crumble faith in them. It kind of did, and this is where things get really interesting. We don't know what the final polling numbers were. So it's a really tough one to tell whether it was a case of not mobilizing the left voters out there in time, whether or not those bigger urban areas did turn left in the end, or what the story is. But I suspect that by the end of the night, it will actually be a little bit closer. It's certainly not going to be what we're seeing now in terms of the party vote. It's also, Simon, no, I have not seen the News Hub coverage of this. I realize I saw the spin-off is already saying that Christopher Luxon has won, which is interesting, and that Winston can expect a phone call. I'm not calling that yet, but that's not my job. Pulse-sized student brain keeps trying to explain that to family. How do I explain them the policies that NACT has affects queer people? Some people don't want to listen to that. They just don't see it as how it all works. Why would it affect them? They're just like everybody else. And yeah, the New Zealand First mix is actually the one I think that will affect queer people more. They're the ones that have got the anti-trans candidates and the anti-trans policies, and literally no economic policy. So yeah, I expect we'll be back here in about 12 months. So that's just how it works, I guess. Yeah, I think Beyond Aeon's actually got a really interesting point here as well. Voters have been spoiled for the last few years with sane, boring government. That's kind of it. Voters get complacent. They expect things to happen, exciting things to happen, and sane, boring is not necessarily what they think government should be. Let's have a look. Sarah's having trouble living in a knacked Labour house. I can imagine that is a divisive area to be in. Like, it cannot be easy at all. So I send you my sympathy, Sarah Jane. I'm still not taking you to the Philippines, but I send you my sympathy. It's an interesting night. Very, very interesting night. And for those of you wondering about things like the Freedom Party and our friends down there on the alt-right, I see Kiara here. I actually think this kind of makes a lot of sense in that I love the fact that we get to choose who we vote for, and it's our own personal choice. And while I might not necessarily have voted National, I'm sure there's reasons that her boyfriend has voted National, and that's entirely their choice. And that's something that we have to respect. Absolutely have to respect. So I'm just having a look over here at some of the latest numbers. Let me just hit refresh on my phone because technology. And if we have a look at what we've got at the moment for our friends in the alt-right, New Zealand Loyal is currently sitting on 0.73% of the vote. Liz Gunn will be having more of a meltdown. Expect to see her sling more often as she cries about how terrible everybody is. New Zealand, which is the Alfred Naro website election thing, is 0.47 vote. Freedoms NZ, so Brian Tamaki and Sue Gray, they have got 0.27 of the vote, so just over quarter. Democracy NZ, which is Matt King's party, is sitting at 0.19% of the vote. New Conservatives are sitting at 0.13%. The Women's Rights Party, 0.07%. And the Leighton Baker Party at 0.6%, along with the New Nation Party. It is a really bad night to be a freedom fighter. The sling monster of Liz Gunn, yeah. So for those of you that aren't aware of this, Liz had an injury when she was ruthlessly attacked by the police at the airport, apparently. It's not what the footage says, but she showed up in a sling afterwards, and while she's been doing her campaign tour, the sling has come out and everybody is all sympathetic. This was just after she decided to sidle up next to an extreme sect of the Catholic Church who are known for abusing kids. And she's supposed to be a big fan of not abusing kids. So who would have guessed? Who would have guessed? Yeah. Oh, see, now that I totally get as being, that's overstepping the mark, to be honest, Kiara. You know, you have just as much right as anybody else to have your opinions and views and share those. So yeah, it's completely understandable that you would be annoyed with that. And thank you for joining me. Sarah raises an interesting thing, the Trump thinking in New Zealand. To be honest, we've kind of seen it internationally where there's a sort of movement towards populism. And it's really concerning because that's actually a slide into fascism in a lot of places. I don't know how that slide ends in this country. What am I getting? Why am I ignoring Jody? I haven't seen any messages from Jody. See that message there. Ratings? I don't know. I think ratings will be a big part of it. A lot of it comes down to how much of the party vote's been counted. And at the moment, we're only looking at 30% of all votes in the country having been counted. It is 30.5. It is far from definitive at this point in time. So we will see changes come through, but it's ratings. Absolutely ratings. How's the pizza?
Almost all gone.
Oh, okay. I'm going to go and get food. I'm going to go get food, everybody. I will be back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. now's a good time. Bathroom break, food break, drink break. Go do all of that kind of stuff. Yeah, Kiara's right. Special votes don't get counted until afterwards. So we'll see about a 2 to 3% change in the makeup of Parliament, usually based on special votes. Right, I'm going to put the sign back up because that seems like a good thing to do. Sign. See? And as I said before, if you live in Kirikiriroa, Hamilton, and you want to get into podcasting and stuff, this is where I got my start, and these guys are amazing. These are absolutely amazing. So I'll be back soon. I'll put a note up as well. But yeah, it'll be a couple of minutes, and then we'll be back with even more results. So now is the time to go and have a break. All right. Enjoy. Talk soon, everybody. Oh, and James, I really hope that the NPC goes well. I'll talk soon. Oh my goodness.
Oh, yeah. Number 8. 8 shut when 8 shut when 8. I actually was not going over here. Guess it's going to be an overhang. Yeah, go. Yep, that's good. Gary, we found another project. Oh!
Well, we've been competing with stuff like that. Maybe we should I'm disappointed that really major American big rigs. Like, and we've taken this time.
Yeah. Alright. As soon as I kind of some serious reflecting with that I can join right. Here we go.
So how long do we go on for? Yeah, we don't stop. Got a tight race. Yeah. 9:30.
Yeah, I'd pick 9:30. What they want to do.
I would think.
I think it is or which I would like that.
No, you tell.
And but I don't know, we could get or anyway. Right. We're doing you out. Stop the elevator.
Oopsie daisy.
Don't want to break the microphone. That's a bad look.
That's right.
Down there.
Oh yeah, he's pulling away. Ryan Hamilton. So 3,500 difference now.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Pizza was brilliant. That's what the doctor ordered.
Yes. Sorry.
All right. So thank you everybody for hanging around.
Right. You ready to go?
Yep, I'm ready.
3, 2, 1.
Welcome back to Free FM. It's election night coverage here in the heart of Kirikiriroa, Hamilton, where it is absolutely miserable outside.
It's not that bad.
It's wet and
Where's your sense of adventure? It's a little bit of rain.
just a little bit. Yeah, I miss the fog, actually. That's one of the things I miss about Hamilton living up in Auckland is the fog.
The great thing is if you've got a morning fog in Hamilton, you can almost guarantee that later in the day it'll be fine.
Yeah. Whereas in Auckland, if you've got a morning fog, you can guarantee you're going to yell at somebody on the motorway.
Yeah, and in fact, it's not fog, it's smog.
Yeah, they don't know how to drive in it. And
No.
it's genuinely scary. Genuinely scary. We have some more updates coming in from Hamilton West. Siri is sitting there wondering why I'm talking to my phone. I'm talking to my watch. So yeah, for Hamilton West, we've got Tama is streaking ahead now with 40.3% of the vote counted. You're looking at 8,859 votes for him and 5,100 for Myra. I have to admit, I've been a little harsh on Myra, I think, during this campaign. At the start, I found her kind of uninspiring. But I think overall, she's actually sort of knuckled down and done the mahi and got herself out there. And for a first-time candidate with very little lead-up, she did not too bad.
Yes, I don't know very much about her, but you know, I can't imagine how it is for these guys to be traveling around, going to meeting after meeting, dealing with hostile crowds very often, especially if you're the incumbent government. You know, even if you can, Labour campaigner, you know, it's tough work.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely. And then we've got another update for Hamilton East. Ryan Hamilton, it's 36.2% of the count done here. Ryan Hamilton sitting on 7,764 to George Dancy's 4,220. So it's a current margin of about 3,500 votes. And it's almost 50% party vote for National.
Yes, it's incredible, really. I didn't anticipate there'd be that margin.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised by that as well in a way, but at the same time, National has often held that seat. It's not really a bellwether seat.
No.
It speaks a lot, unfortunately, to the apathy of like the student voting population, to some of the lower income areas that are over there. If you can get those people out to mobilize, I think you'd see a very different vote outcome.
It'll be interesting to see actually how many people don't go out to vote. I think at the last election, something in the order of 600 and something thousand people didn't vote.
Yeah.
And we were talking before we came to air that's a whole couple of political parties.
Oh, it is. Absolutely.
And of course, we had that incident with Dr. Gaurav Sharma from the Labour Party, who won the Hamilton West electorate, but then got on the wrong side of the party leadership and required a by-election to happen. So I think, you know, for Hamilton being generally a national voting city, for both sides of the city to become Labour electorates was a big thing, and it was on the premise of some, you know, confidence in what the candidates would do. And Gaurav Sharma unfortunately let the side down for both Hamilton West and Hamilton East.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the reason for the fatigue for voters in Hamilton West. You know, they had the by-election, they had the local body elections, they've got this election. It's exhausting. It's got to be exhausting for them.
Well, it means they have to think, and you know, we don't really like to think about politics all the time.
Yeah.
So you know,
trying to think about what's for dinner.
That's right.
You know?
Okay, so I'm going to segue ever so slightly here to a question that I've had come in from Beyond Eon, wanting to know. And this is a controversial question: pizza with pineapple.
Oh, I'm all right with it.
Okay.
Depends how big the chunks are. There's a place down in Centre Place that sells basically a Hawaiian pizza, and the chunks are like wedges, and it just makes it too sweet.
Okay,
that just makes a hint of sweetness I don't mind, but
that makes sense.
It's nice having that little bit of juiciness, I think, of little pineapple chunks. I mean, I know some people are really offended by it, but I don't understand why.
I think it's because pineapple is one of those fruits that eats you back. The acid in it actually breaks down skin while you're eating it.
Yeah, and if you wouldn't put oranges on a pizza, then why would you put a pineapple on a pizza?
Yeah, that's a very good point. And I actually have an update here as well on the NPC game that's playing at the moment. Hawke's Bay 20, Wellington 22, Hawke's Bay 23. It's going to be a close game, that one. And I do have some other political numbers here as well for everybody. We're now looking at 33.4% of the total vote counted. We're looking at a 41.97% party vote for the Nats, 25.7% for Labour, 10.3% for the Greens, 9.2% for ACT, and New Zealand First is still sitting at 5.9%. And Te Pāti Māori sitting fairly steady on 2.5%, but of course there's the assumption that Rawiri Waititi is going to win his seat. So they'd bring in a couple of MPs with them as well. So it's looking kind of fascinating to sit down and watch, to be honest. Under these current numbers, there are estimates projected for 45 seats for National, 16 seats for the Labour Party, 3 seats for the Green Party, 2 seats for ACT, New Zealand First, and 5 seats for Te Pāti Māori. And these are, of course, based on really early projections, but no New Zealand First.
No New Zealand First, and I didn't know if New Zealand First would get. I thought they might get to 7%.
Yeah,
but to see that they're still only tickling 5 up to, was it?
5.9, yeah.
5.9?
Yeah.
Still a long way to go.
Absolutely. So far for that 33%, it looks about 1.2 million votes, which is really impressive to sit down and watch. And getting even more numbers coming through. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of parties here that are really struggling, and it's not surprising. There is 20% of Was it 20%, 20 candidate or 20 parties all up? There are 17 on the party list, and 2, I think, that were people running for a party hoping to get in.
Yes.
I think both of which were in Hamilton, actually. And we're looking at something like New Zealand Loyal is struggling to even get 1%. New Zealand is not even 0.5%. The Aotearoa Legalised Cannabis Party on 0.3% is doing better than Freedom's NZ, the Outdoor and Freedom Party, Animal Justice, New Conservatives, Women's Rights, Leighton Baker, and the New Nation Party. It is quite fascinating to see how far that has crumbled. Like they were very loud,
Yes,
very disruptive during the campaign, but they haven't fired with voters for some reason.
well, you really need TV nowadays, don't you? TV and social media, that's what you need.
Yeah.
It's also important to have bums on seats at public meetings, but you might only been talking to 30 or 40 people. So even the public meetings are a bit. People won't necessarily attend a public meeting because they've got all the social media and television coverage they need.
Yeah, I see what you mean. It's a fascinating one. I would be very curious to know what sort of percentage of the voting base out there still watches television in the old school terrestrial form. Research that was done by New Zealand On Air showed that the people who vote, who tend to go and vote, which tends to be older, and the people who watch broadcast news is a circle, if you were to do it as a Venn diagram. So there's a lot of influence on being on TV for the people that are going to go out and vote. It's kind of scary.
What would any of the political parties look like if they didn't have TV?
They'd be quieter.
They would be quieter.
They'd be much quieter.
Isn't it funny how Venn diagrams show how basic humans are?
Yeah,
Yes.
they absolutely are. And it's really fascinating to sit down and watch. It's one of those things that we know media is evolving. And we know that the way that people interact with media is evolving. And to be honest, Free FM is a great example of that. It was a terrestrial broadcast station. There's a really big focus on getting unique voices out through podcasts. And they've found a really cool market in podcasts that you might not necessarily get from broadcast radio. And I think we'll see a lot of change in terms of how things like podcasts. One of my clients, I'm trying to talk them into doing a podcast over summer around music acts. And like, well, what's the point? Because people want to hear from them. They want to get the perspective before they go listen to the musicians. So I think it's absolutely fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. We're getting a few comments, people freaking out at the moment. A vote for ACT is a vote for National. What are the chances of ACT and National not teaming up? Any guesses?
I wouldn't put money on it.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely.
I'd say they weren't the same, just a couple of colours mixed together.
One is very pink.
Yeah.
And one is very blue.
Yeah, apparently. I found that really interesting when I heard the ACT's party colours were pink. Just because they had the big pinky or whatever they called, whatever the bus was called.
Yeah, the big pink bus that they used to have.
Yeah. Apparently that's been going around on this campaign.
Oh.
And
I'm surprised they didn't paint their private jet pink.
Yeah. But that was that was really peculiar because it's sort of like yellow all over the place.
Yeah.
And then we're the pink party.
You've really got to be careful about how you go about your colorization and your brand and how. I mean, the pink party. I don't know that necessarily resonates with the rural community, for example.
Yeah, or the libertarians.
Yeah. Fascinating to sit down and see. But I know the one color they're not allowed is orange, because that's the Electoral Commission color.
Ah, right.
So that's why you'll never see an orange party here. But it must be difficult actually sitting there going, right, what color? Like National's always blue, Labour's always red, green is pretty clear.
Yes.
I like Te Pāti Māori's red, white, and black motif that they use. It is.
New Zealand First has black and white.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly.
Black and white approach to politics.
Yeah. I did have to laugh actually. I saw an interview this week with Christopher Luxon on The Edge, which is of course is a poppy mainstream radio station, and they did this section
in Hamilton.
Exactly, which had this. They had this section called Red Flags, and the simple questions like, Crocs, what are your thoughts on them? Or what are your coffee orders? Like they're not obviously deeply political, but they said to him, okay, we've got this section called red flags. Would you like to call it blue flags? And it's like, oh yeah, you definitely call it blue flags. But red flags are things that are bad. like in the context of the conversation, and you want it to be named after you. You want it to be named after things that are bad. You want your party to be, that just sounds kind of scary.
It sounds like a very, very basic way of doing a political interview.
Yes. One of the things that I've noticed is political slogans. I think this year we've seen a political slogan: "Let's get the country back on track. We're in it for you."
Yeah.
These slogans are coming out. When I think of "in it for you," I think of "in it up to your neck."
I have to admit that the Labour Party slogan, I'm not enthused by it, but with the design for their posters, they left it wide open for people to add the R and U
Yes,
at the beginning, and that's what they found a lot of, was "ruin it for you"
Yes,
in their designs for the defacing of these things.
Whereas
and National's like, oh, back on track. Oh, by the way, we don't like railways.
No, we
Yeah.
don't like railways.
We'll scrap Tahuia.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. Now, I've got a bit of an odd update here from the New Zealand Outdoors and Freedom Party, which is Sue Gray's party. It's currently part of the Freedoms Party umbrella. They have said thank you, first of all, for everyone who went out and voted for them, which was 0.27% of the population so far. They hope everyone had a great day and is having fun tonight. We just heard that some voters were blocked today because they don't have a permanent address. That is not what the law of New Zealand or the Bill of Rights say. So this is very much setting up the conspiracies by the sounds of it. It feels, very scary.
I'm sure it would be a game changer
if
that small number of voters were able to vote.
Absolutely. I think it's fascinating how they start to sort of spin the wheels towards there's going to be a big conspiracy going on because we didn't get in. Liz Gunn, and telling her people, send us signed affidavits from JPs telling us that you voted for us. We expect 2.5 million of those because we expect 2.5 million voters. And it's like, that's ridiculous. It's going to be about 3 million votes. Like, you expect to get 2/3 of those? No, that's dumb. Just plain
It's
dumb.
Liz Gunn.
It's Liz Gunn. Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly. It's going to be absolutely fascinating. Now, I've got a question here as well from Thalia. She would like to know, do you think the Green Party could ever be a major party? If so, what would they need to do?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, I think the Greens are a party of the future. We've seen their influence in the political spectrum for 30 years now. It's a different kind of Green Party to the one that was, growing couscous in your own feces type of, approach. It's a more corporate. It's more slick. It's more, in some ways, more down to earth and less fringe. So I think it's a party for the future, and I think this election we're going to see that they'll get 12 or 15% of the vote, which is way more than they've even gotten before. And I think as younger voters come through, and if the Electoral Commission gets its way of reducing the age at which you can vote, I think it'll only just make the Greens go from strength to strength.
I mean, I'd say in this election more than ever, I think of the Green Party as the third party, as it were, of the big three, Labour, National and Greens. And I think with the half dozen once-in-a-lifetime weather events we've had in the last 2 years, that the Greens are going to start growing in appeal. And I know a lot of people personally who have moved to voting Greens because they're sort of like, whoa, okay, cost of living and climate change, those are two things that are really at the top of concerns for a lot of people. So I think the Greens is definitely a saleable brand ongoing.
Absolutely, a saleable political brand, absolutely. And the people said when they went to a co-leadership approach that was going to skew the message and people wouldn't know who to vote for or which one. It's worked. It's worked really well, and you've got a lot of integrity with and I'm not a traditional Green voter, but I can see that they've got a lot of integrity. They are about policy. They're not about personalities. They are about getting people mobilised in behind this climate change. But then they're not a one size fits all. They're not a party that is going to get into Parliament and then immediately change what it said it was going to do at the last election.
Okay, I've got a question here from James who would like to know, what do you think would happen if Te Pāti Māori were to win all 7 of the Māori electorates? What will be the effect in the beehive? It would create an overhang at the moment, because where they're polling at 2.5%, they obviously have more seats than that. But it could also mean you'd need a larger majority to actually win.
Yes, well, if they win all the party seats, all the Māori seats rather, it would put them in a very, very strong position to either go left or right.
Yeah.
The only problem is, to go left, they'd have to drop their taxation policy.
Yeah.
And that's, their policy is the best tax policy out there, in my view. They were the only party really upfront and honest about where the taxation changes really lie, except for the Greens, who said, tinkering a bit and so on. But the two main parties not wanting to get involved in the tax debate at all was, I think, retrograde.
And interestingly, there have been a lot of those vote compasses up online this election, more so than ever before, like one by TVNZ and various other ones that you can go and test yourself on. And the Greens and the Māori Party have fallen at a very, very similar position on the libertarian, authoritarian, left-right spectrums. And yeah, I question that when push comes to shove, when it comes down to the Māori Party being, say, in a coalition with National, how would that actually work?
Yeah.
Like, what would Te Pāti Māori actually be happy with compromising?
Now, speaking of One News, they have actually just claimed that the National Party, or that Winston will be back, but that National Act will not need him.
Is that what they're saying at the moment?
That is what One News is putting out there at the moment.
At this early stage, nearly 9:10.
Yeah. Speaking of early stages, we're looking at 31.7% of the vote counted for Hauraki Waikato.
Yes.
Now, Nanaia Mahuta decided not to go on the list this year. She's just running for the electorate. She is coming second by about 880 votes at the moment. Hana Rāwhiti Maipi Clark for Te Pāti Māori is currently leading that race. But the party vote is skewing very much towards Labour. 44% of the party vote versus 33%.
They like the candidate, just they're saying that, what's the electorate saying? It's saying, we want Māori Party, we want Labour.
Yeah, and it's splitting the vote, and that's how MMP is designed to work, so that we can do that.
Yes.
So people can split their vote. It would be a very interesting thing to see Nanaia Mahuta out of Parliament, to not win her seat. And we've just had some more Hamilton results come in. Hamilton East, I've got in front of me, 42% of the vote count. Ryan Hamilton on 8,500 votes. Georgie Dancy to 5,100. There's a margin there of 3,500.
And in Hamilton West, Tama Potaka is in command with 9,302 votes after 49.4% of the vote has been counted. There's a 3,776 vote majority at this point.
Now, I'm also looking at the results here for Auckland Central, which is, of course, Chloe Swarbrooks. She was an outsider last election. It was a surprise that she won, and it came down to the special votes. She has a commanding lead of about 1,400 votes at the moment there over the National Party candidate, Mahesh Muralda. I've never actually pronounced his name. I've never met the guy, but I'm told he's lovely. But the party vote is 32% National, 26% Green. It's actually very close there.
Wow.
Yeah, it is.
Chloe Swarbrick is one of those superstars, I think, of New Zealand politics. She has, she's obviously got a great look, but she's more than that. She's substance over personality, and she can hold her own against some of those bigger guns that come out with the other parties.
Yeah.
When I used to volunteer at 95 BFM, the student radio station in Auckland at the University of Auckland, Chloe was there working on the news team, and from her maturity and her oratory skill, and her intellect, I thought she was like 25, but I think she was like 18.
Yeah, she must have been
at the
fresh
time.
out of school.
Yeah.
I have an update here as well for the Waikato electorate. Tim van der Molen is definitely standing over and intimidating his candidate, Jamie Toko, by a margin of about 9,300 votes.
Lol, intimidating.
I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you're talking about. So yeah, it's not a surprise, to be honest. The Waikato electorate is as blue as a very blue thing. I was going to say something
As blue as a Smurf.
As blue as a Smurf. I'll go with that. It's completely different to what I was going to say.
I suspect I know what you're going to say. No, I shan't say it.
Yeah, no, definitely not. We don't want to get in trouble. The thing I'm finding really interesting, though, with the party vote, the Nationals on 50% of the party vote, Labour's on 18% in the Waikato. New Zealand First has got 1,500 party votes out of there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
ACT, though, is 2,500.
Goodness.
Yeah. It's quite surprising, but even the Greens have got just shy of 1,000 votes out of the Waikato electorate. 213 votes for New Zealand Loyal. So I guess Liz could look at moving to Matamata if she really wants to. I'm trying to work out what other electorates do we actually have around in the region. I should know this off the top of my head.
Taupo makes up Cambridge.
Yep.
And Karapiro and around there.
Okay. Let's have a look. Taupo.
Be interesting to see who's got Tauranga as well.
I will get to that one shortly. So for the Taupo preliminary count at 36%, Louise Upson at 14,181, to Aladdin Bastanji's 4,295. So you're looking at a 9,800 one there. Yeah. Yep. What we're going to do, I think, is we'll go to 10, because I think by 10 o'clock tonight we'll know fairly definitively what the shape of things are going to be. We're getting a really clear picture now, and that is very blue. I hope blue is a colour that people really like. Let's have a look for Tauranga. We have Sam Uffindale definitely beating Jan Tinetti with 11,799 votes to her 5,232. That's a 6,500 lead there, which is quite commanding. New Zealand First got 2,059 votes there so far. And again, these are only, that's 48%. That's actually quite a high count on it all.
I mean, that used to be Winston's patch.
It did, yeah.
So those of his candidates who are still of his supporters who are still of this earth.
Yeah, Taranaki King Country is a fascinating one, because Barbara Kuriger has very much used her influence here to get 11,966 votes to Labour's Angela Roberts, which is 4,834. Angela was the one who was attacked at a Meet the Candidates event. But the interesting thing about this electorate is one of the independents is Bill Burr, he made the news a couple of years ago for being the largest Donald Trump supporter in the country, and then he made the news more recently for holding a gun to some offender's head when they broke in and making him chop off his own fingers. He got 1,367 votes.
That'll be the anti-crime brigade.
It's a bit of and it's a massive electorate, absolutely massive. I've got people asking, what's happening with Napier? Somebody says, Tauranga Blue Rinse Brigade for almost forever. Not forgetting Tauranga, of course, is where you get people like Don Brash and Margaret Murray Benge. They have a very specific outlook on people who have melanin in their skin, not big fans of them. And people still keep voting them, which is kind of scary. For Napier, we're looking at 46.5% the vote counted. The leading candidate is Katie Nimon, who is leading over Mark Hutchinson. I actually used to work with a Mark Hutchinson, completely different guy, I'm sure, but used to work with him.
So is that another blue electorate?
That's another blue electorate, absolutely. Katie is sitting there with 12,600 votes. The National Party's got 10,000 party votes there. It is Yeah, it's really out of it. Apparently, Freedoms NZ has not bothered reactivating their Facebook page. I guess God said no, because why not? What was the other one? What's Wellington Central, isn't it? Where that was looking to be a very close race.
Yes, with a green in front.
Still in the front by 3,000 votes. Tamitha Paul is leading with 8,500 votes to Omar Ibrahim's 5,207. Yeah,
I reckon that speaks volumes for what we were saying before, James, that the Greens are something of a third party.
Yes.
Like they're really growing in significance, and to be getting it from the central electorates of the two largest cities in the country is really significant.
It is significant. We shouldn't underestimate the power that will give the Greens going forward. It's not quite curtains for the left yet, but it's not looking good for tonight.
No, and we also have to be fair with the fact that the last election was a blip. The Labour landslide was never going to be replicated. It just wasn't possible. That was a very unique election that had COVID in the mix. You had the two referenda on the end of life and the cannabis reform bill. It was one of those, we're always going to get large numbers out, and this was always going to be a corrective measure, but it feels like we've overcorrected ever so slightly.
Yes.
I think a lot more under the mixed member proportional system of representation. New Zealand politics has become really like a seesaw, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Really predictable. It's going to go Labour for a few years, National for a few years.
Yeah.
But again, the system where the whole of Parliament having to vote on legislation prevents all but an outstanding winner from having complete control over the direction of policy.
I like that. I like the idea that you have to fight or negotiate. So you either have to come together or remain apart. But if you're going to remain apart, then you're not going to be in.
Exactly.
Yeah. So even if the Nats and ACT do get in, do they bring in or invite in a third party as a junior party, just to show?
If that's New Zealand First, they will not do it.
They would do it for Te Pāti Māori, though, wouldn't they?
Possibly, but then Nats have already ruled out working with them, and Te Pāti Māori has already ruled out working with the Nats.
Yes.
When I was studying politics at university, I remember one thing we learned was that our system of mixed member proportional was actually inspired and modelled off the German system, which of course was intended to prevent the likes of the Nazis from getting into power.
And hey, I've got to be fair, looking at these numbers for the country, they've done a very good job. Those fascist parties that were doing the anti-bathroom bill, stuff like that, they are not doing well. Winston has pipped the 6% mark. He's sitting at 6.01.
Wow.
So yeah, overall, it's tricky. Like, it's borderline. The Electoral Commission isn't even calling whether or not he'll make it in. And we're looking at 40.5% of the votes counted at the moment. So I think it's pretty clear at this point that it's going to have a bit of a blue bent to Parliament.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what that mix is going to be, and there are still so many factors that come into play. But we've got another 40 minutes to kill, and we will see what happens. As I say, I'm just trying to work out what other electorates I should look at while I have this list in front of me. Let's see how Mr. Luxon is doing. He is well in front in Botany, 14,000 votes to 3,955.
Well, he did run an airline.
He did run an airline.
He ran an airline, and he got his mug up on the TV as much as he could possibly do. I've been following the press releases during the campaign. I thought I'd gauge what people were about through press releases.
Yeah.
And the National Party were putting out 3-1 attack press releases to Labour's 1.
But they were also in opposition. That's kind of how they had to.
True, but at the same time, you kind of want somebody to be a bit positive.
Yeah.
Rather than say this person's chaotic and this person's stupid and this person's lying. And you kind of want a little bit of positivity.
So in terms of political parties then, the one that never seems to come into conversation the Opportunities Party.
Yeah.
In Elam, Ralph Manji was determined he was going to win. He's not. He's currently polling second, behind Hamish Campbell for National, by about 5,000 votes, or just over 5,000 votes. What are your thoughts on top?
Well, I think they would make up a legitimate and valuable part of the parliamentary puzzle, but it's hard to gauge what they actually are and what they stand for. Like, sort of on an individual basis, you're able to empathise with candidates and understand what they're saying. But I mean, Gareth Morgan, of course, used to be the figurehead of the Opportunities Party, and now we're left with none of that, sort of vision of a leader to focus on. So it's hard to justify investing your precious party vote in the party.
Yeah. The while they had Gareth Morgan there, they had some credibility, I suppose. But once the cat thing was let out of the bag, people said, no, don't mess with our cats.
One of the other really tight races that we were looking at was actually Hutt South, which is Chris Bishop versus Ginny Anderson. At the moment, Chris Bishop is just leading with 41% of the vote counted, or 42% of the vote counted. He's got a margin of 500 votes in there.
Wow.
It's really close.
He'd be nice and high on the list, though,
He
I
is,
imagine. So he's safe. But it would be kind of good for that signal to be made that just because everybody knows who Chris Bishop is, looking at Twitter /X.
Yeah. He's an interesting one, is Chris.
Yeah.
Kind of negative, wet, whiny, and inward looking.
That's right, and unapologetically so. And he's been sending me emails.
Yeah.
Or at least someone in his name has been sending me emails, and they're attack dog emails.
Yeah, it's what he's good at. The party vote here is actually really interesting as well, for Hutt South. It's National 36 to Labour's 32. So it's quite close. We have the legendary Martin Gallagher now joining us in the studio. Everybody should know Martin from the call that we had a little bit earlier. I'm sorry I couldn't take that technical stuff, so I left it in the capable hands of James.
Well, no, I don't. The word legend is a somewhat passing phase.
No, so I've been using the term with my TikTok audience really specifically. Every time somebody tells me that they voted, and I don't care who they voted for, they voted. Yeah. They got a legend. They got a response that's exactly what it was.
Forget, if you look at other, remind ourselves of the tragic countries and societies where there's not a free vote, and that you can have an election. It's hardly fought. It's a clean contest of ideas. There have been aspects of this campaign that have been quite distressing in terms of individuals, personal intolerance. But in an ideal world, you have a contest of ideas. Then you have the night as we're having it, and there's, you don't chuck Molotov cocktails, this, that, and the other. It's a freedom and a peaceful, dare I say it, transfer of power.
I don't think there's any doubt that it'll be a peaceful transfer of power. Mr. Luxon has a history of getting things off the ground like airplanes, so I'm sure he knows what's going on.
Yeah, and the only other thing I would say, and this is not in any way to be mean-spirited, this is National Nax Night. Long time, and as we know that 3 years ago it was Labour's night. Things move. 3 years is a long time in politics. So what I'd certainly say to individuals, don't be some are, we're on a 3-year cycle, and this is Nationals Night, and Axe Night 3 years ago was a different night, and in 3 years' time, who knows?
Out of curiosity, with your experience in Parliament, have you ever seen a party leader with so little experience as Christopher Luxon? Because he's a first-term MP.
Well, actually, John Key was still very much a greenhorn to a degree. I think he was second term, and certainly even Don Brash. So, to me, I mean that's a factor. But Luxon has a whole range of other experiences, and I think you've really got to balance. It's the team you have around you, and you know. So again, certainly, you know, he politically. Obviously, his has been a remarkable journey, in the sense that sort of he arrived, and then within his first term, he's going to be the next to the first re-election. He's the PM.
It's a scary thought. Actually, I like just the idea of I've just started Parliament and suddenly I'm the one who calls the shots. Like, within a couple of years, that's got to be kind of daunting for anyone in any job.
Yeah, but look, I mean, there's a whole range. I mean, if you've been, I mean, this is you find it funny coming from me, but tonight my role, like your good self, is to be unbiased and to be open-minded. But to me, I think he's run a huge organisation. Yeah, there are different dynamics. So organisations hold moving parts. The big difference between going from business or into Parliament, of course, is that you are dealing with a whole different ranges and essentially a different rule book. But very much the critical thing for him will be his team maintaining a very tight discipline. And dare I say it, the outgoing Prime Minister was not helped by certain cabinet ministers who didn't perhaps in one or two cases read the cabinet manual properly. And if I have to have one degree of frustration in all this, I just want to pay tribute, if I may, to all the volunteers around the country of all political parties who have worked their butts off. They never get, they never get the glory in terms of the jobs. So from my point of view, if I have an anger, it's certainly the behaviours of certain cabinet ministers, one or two, who have let the team down.
Out of curiosity, what's your viewpoint on something like ACT being gifted the seat in Epsom originally to where they are now? Like credit where it's due. I think David has made it his own, and he's campaigned for it.
He has, and that was a deal. That was done. But I think also you've got to look at it is what it is. And ultimately, you still had a national candidate in that seat, so the voters could have repudiated that deal that clearly ACT and the Nats made. They didn't. But also with this, you see, we talk about first part. We talk about proportional representation, and that's in terms of the party vote across the seats. And you get 50% of the vote, and you roughly get 50% of the seats. It's still a first past the post contest in all the individual electorates. Now, straight, blunt maths is what we're seeing in Mount Albert, for example, is that where you split the vote, where the centre-left, where the Greens and Labour split their vote, then, of course, the Nat potentially comes up the middle, and vice versa with, if National ACT split their vote. So we're seeing some very interesting contests where if the Greens do very well, but or there's a three-way contest. So to me, being a former electorate MP, some of those electorate contests are fascinating. Wellington is absolutely fascinating.
Tamitha Ball.
Chloe, I expected to come back in Auckland Central. Personally, I was a bit surprised that I would have assumed that Labor would have just concentrated on the party vote in Auckland Central, which I'm not sure if their candidate totally did. But again, you look at Mount Albert, it's very clear that the strong Green list MP showing has completely changed the rule book, and I'm not sure what the latest result in Mount Albert is. Sorry,
I have the latest results here for Mount Albert. Melissa Lee is currently leading by 340 votes over Helen White. So National's leading over National. 45.7 counted. And that's really close. 340 is
close. That could swing. But clearly what's happened is that the Green candidate has definitely cost Helen White at this point, because the centre-left vote has been split in that area. This is straight maths.
That's Ricardo.
The only thing in the old days, and again, all the spread voting now changes all this equation. What you used to do as a Labor person, you would wait for the so-called big booths to come in some of the lower income areas, for example. And so, initially early in the night, the rural birds would come in, etc. So Nats was sort of kind of ahead. Now with spread voting and early voting and all that sort of whole equation has changed. But certainly I would still say Mount Albert's too close
Yeah,
to call.
I would too.
But having said that, this is a classic case where the centre-left vote has split.
Yes.
And it could allow Melissa, who I know personally, very good person, great. I will say to Melissa, I have a personal admiration because she, a Korean New Zealander, and her contact, I used to be patron of the Korea Veterans for Waikato, and she'd come to all the functions, and she was like the auntie. She was their daughter, their honorary daughter. She totally was dedicated to the welfare of those veterans. No media around that, so I've got to sort of do a shout out to her personal values, is that her gratitude and love and warmth to those vets, many who now have passed away, of course, was amazing. But she's a politician not to be underestimated. And tonight in Mount Albert is quite.
It's
whatever
a tight
happens,
one.
it's still a stunning result.
Oh yeah, and Ricardo Menendez March, who's the Green Party candidate there, he's sitting on 3,600 votes. That's a lot. Like,
oh no, he has done well, and of course he's got a very fascinating backstory as he did. Coming from Mexico as a new migrant. The person who I do feel for personally is the Omar, the Labour list MP in Wellington Central, who is also an amazing backstory, and I do hope that the Labour Party keeps to nourish him, because I do believe sincerely that he still has a future if he wants it, notwithstanding tonight's result.
Yeah, I think he'll do really well. One of the other MPs that you've done a fair bit of work with, Nanaya Mahuta, not looking like she's going to win.
Can you give me the latest on? And it's the percentage, because you always sort of kind of look for the bigger boos to come in. That kind of
41.2% counted. Hana Rafferty is leading by 947 votes.
And that's what you would say is a trend emerging. The interesting, I met her when she was with her uncle, and she was campaigning for Maori wards in the city council.
Yeah.
And she was younger, 2 or 3 years younger, but certainly a very impassionate speaker. And if the early result is to be, and she is an MP, then I think she will make an incredible contribution to New Zealand politics. Obviously, we can't totally call that at this point, but certainly if you're looking at that turnout and that number, then a trend is emerging.
Having a look over all of the Māori electorates, because we haven't really done much on the Māori electorates tonight. Looking at Ikaroa Rafferty, it looks to be a Labour win for that one quite effectively. Kushla Tangeri Manuel is sitting at 6,000 votes, like 6,600. Te Pāti Māori's candidate, Meka Whaitiri, is well behind. That's the one that...
From what I've read, the Labour Party, particularly, with the defection, the Labour Party chose a brilliant candidate, and she's been on the ground to run a very effective campaign. Again, I'm only placing that on the number of reported accounts.
Yeah.
That for Labour and for her is a significant and obviously a bright spot in the night. Not too many bright spots, I have to tell you.
I can't even give you one for Tamaki Makoto, which is really tight. 188 votes in it at 44.9% of the vote count. Penny Hinare is leading it at the moment. Over Takutai Kemp, but it's I wouldn't call that one.
Again, I haven't followed Maori media very well, but these have been these are the sleeper so far. This is the sleeper results of the night, because the very excellent performance of the Te Pāti Māori candidates has been quite stunning. I think that's a stunning aspect of the night, because everyone looked at the nationwide 2.5, but again, and even the polls at the time indicated that Labour was going to do better. But Te Pāti Māori, this is their night.
It's not a bad thing for them, not at all.
But they came out with some interesting aspects to their manifesto. I mean, they came back with a comprehensive tax policy. They've come back with new ideas in terms of the co-governance standpoint. I mean, they are a party of ideas rather than a party of personalities.
Well, I think there's a bit you have to combo, because you've got to reach out and have a persona, so you do have a profile. But certainly, but I totally respect that they're back. Bearing in mind, the Te Pāti Māori, lost all their seats, and 6 years later, really, if I've got, are back. And that's the other thing I want to stress, is that politics is a funny old thing. Nothing's forever.
Oh yeah.
But certainly, Te Pāti Māori are back. Big time.
Oh yeah. In fact, looking here at Te Tai Hauaro, which is Debbie Ngāwera Paker's electorate, but she was obviously in as a list MP after the changeover.
Yeah.
She has got a commanding lead over Labour's Soraya Mason. She's going to take it at 47% of the vote. She's 4,000 votes ahead.
Yeah, cool.
Which means we're likely to see an overhang, more of an overhang in Parliament.
The TV media and the other media have been focusing on that, and that's going to be interesting what that means, because if you have an overhang, then 61 is not the magic number to form a majority government. It has to move up to 62, 63 or whatever.
By the looks of it, because we know there's already an overhang for Port Waikato because of the by-election, there's going to be an overhang of probably 2 by the looks of it for Te Pāti Māori. That's an overhang of 3. You need to get 62, 63 now to have the majority in Parliament.
Gosh. Yeah. Except that Port Waikato does come in as a bonus seat after all.
Yeah, but it's still an overhang seat. Still creates an overhang, because by law they have to have all 120 seats filled by the time writ day is happening. So that's why we've got to have a by-election with an overhang on there.
Yes, I'll go and read that. My understanding is it was with the quirk of electoral law, it's going to be a bonus seat.
Yeah,
it's a bonus, like it's a +1. So all right. So we're calculating on 120 seats based on party list.
Yes,
we've created an extra party list. But as I said, that's all in the mix. And I think the only significance of that the discussion is whether or not National Act with the specials coming in from overseas fall just short of the magic majority number they need. Having said that, if they were absolutely just with a majority of 1 only, would they still pick up the phone to try and reach some accommodation and understanding with Winston Peters, for the simple reason that they would want a more stable government? If you're there, and if your block is only ahead by 1 vote, right, 1 seat, then you are very vulnerable. And dare I say it, you could, don't. I mean, we had the scenario where Dr. Sharma stepped down, resigned as an MP, left the Labour caucus. Now, people were relaxed about that in the sense that Labour had a majority anyway. But you can't even have 1 MP going rogue or just disappearing. Then you collapse. So what I'm saying is, that's probably going to be another interesting narrative, whether Mr. Luxton does eventually, not tonight, pick up that phone.
So having a look at, speaking of very close here, Te Tai Tokoro, Calvin Davis is trailing by 30 votes.
Wow.
And they are at 41% of the vote count.
And that's, to me, not living in that area, the shock of the night. Because of his profile, respect, and mana.
It's a bit of an interesting one, because
it's closer than I would have thought.
Yeah.
Bearing in mind that you definitely wouldn't call that's what do some of the bigger booths look like?
Yeah.
You'll be waiting for the bigger booths, the Kaitais, the Kaikois to be
Henderson.
Counted, on the fringes of Auckland as well.
So the Te Tai Tokoro ward electorate runs from, as he puts it, just outside the Henderson Mall, all the way north. So you've got a big urban area in Western Auckland.
And that will be still waiting.
That'll still be waiting to count. But it is very much a close call. One of the electorates that incorporates as well with Newland, Deborah Russell is actually trailing tonight.
And what is the percentage, and what is the number majority?
For Te Tai Tokoro, it's 41.4% for the total count. For New Lynn, it is, one moment please, caller. Should get some hold music. 42.5% of the count, and she's trailing by 500 votes.
That's a shock.
Yeah,
that's a shock. And that's again, using the old rule book, what will be the impact of some of the bigger booths that have been counted,
Yes.
where people voted today. But spread voting has changed all those scenarios where we've counted all those early votes.
Hmm.
But yeah, that in whatever case, that is technically supposed to be. This is David Cunliffe's old seat. This is supposed to be a safe Labour seat.
No such thing. Just like there is no such thing as a safe seat in Te Tai Tonga. Takuta Wheres, who's the Māori Party candidate, the Party Māori down there, is leading by 760 votes over Rino Terakatini.
That's also the big surprise of the night as well. Big surprise. Although I saw him on the
He's very
debate,
good.
and I've never seen him, and forgive me, but his performance was extremely impressive.
Yeah.
So obviously he's, as a stump speaker, as a persona, very much. I realised that I could see how he's very impressive.
So at the moment we're looking at overhang of about 4 MPs.
And that's going to be fascinating, and that'll be you'll be watching all the coverage at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, because the media and the political scientists will be going into overdrive on that one. And of course, again, what does that mean in terms of the magic number you need to govern? But as I want to stress, if you only get to that magic number but you still have a majority of one, don't discount the phone call to Winston.
So we've also just had, because we're not the only election tonight, there's the referendum happening in Australia, the voice referendum. It failed.
Yes.
Yeah.
And what is the result?
I don't have the exact results here. All I've got is that they did not do so good. Yeah, they didn't get it.
The problem you have with the referendum is the leader of the Liberal opposition party and the leaders of the National Party, the opposition, did not support the voice. And so to a degree there was a partisan breakdown. To win in a referendum in Australia, not only do you need to get a majority of votes, you need to get a majority of votes in the majority of states as well. But fundamentally, if you want a referendum to be successful, it totally in the end needs bipartisan support, sadly.
Yeah, there was a lot of money poured into that from the same sort of people that fund the Taxpayers Union, same groups that fund them. Do you think that had much of an impact on it?
Well, I suspect, but also, and again, I don't want to give any commentary apart from being a media reader like anyone else. There was certain division and there were certain prominent people that were opposing it. It didn't have unanimous support. But I think in Australia, if you want to run a referendum, it always roughly has to have bipartisan support.
Yeah.
I'm not judging that, but that's, and as you correctly say, some well-funded campaigns can also have an impact.
Yeah. What we're seeing now is some of those bigger booths as well coming through by the looks of from those larger urban areas. And we're seeing a little drop from the National Party. Winston's gone up ever so slightly. Looking at our freedom parties, those fun lovers on the outside who seem to think everything is terrible, they have so far managed to accumulate a massive 2.2% of the vote.
It's a great shame.
Well, no, and that's one of the reasons. One of the reasons for a threshold, with respect, it was based on the German systems, because the Germany wanted to keep the Nazis or the far right out. So then they put a 5%, albeit it hasn't helped them with the alternative, the AfD in Germany, the extreme right. But the point is that you sort of, I will not, obviously the small parties that are sort of, I think there's a lot of merit having the threshold, simple as that, because it does mean that you have more stable government. Because can you imagine if those were allowed to come through and you had all the parties were getting 1% coming into the mix as well?
One of the interesting things I'm looking at here as well is 8 seats for Winston under current numbers. That would bring in a candidate who thinks that politicians should be Nuremberged, put on fake trial for what they did during the pandemic, and executed for it. That's actually one of the candidates. That's his number 8.
That's scary, and I'm sure that candidate is going to have huge media exposure. But that is extreme worry. But obviously, then, in fairness, in terms of natural justice, the circumstances in which that candidate attached or follow that particular post or that particular group. So to me, I mean, I would assume, and I'm saying this from a point of view of fairness and justice, that the media will do a forensic examination of that potential incoming MP, but based on facts and not speculation. So I want to say that I think it's also important we have an open mind as to the circumstances. That particular candidate, as I understand from Winston, has a very tragic backstory as well, in terms of what happened to them in World War II. But I'm only basing on what I've read in the media.
So what I'm looking at here, because again the numbers keep updating, we're now looking at over 50% of the vote count, 51.9, or 52.8, because I hit refresh. Because why wouldn't I? The Nats are sitting at 51 seats. Labor's sitting at 33. The Green Party at 13. ACT at 12. New Zealand First at 8. And Te Pāti Māori with 4. Their 4 seats are all electorate seats at the moment. And you'd be looking at a sitting parliament of 121 under current numbers, but that I don't think includes the overhang that we've got for something like Port Waikato. Paper everywhere. More updates. More updates. All of the updates. Yeah. All of the updates. So we have, Hamilton East. We've got Ryan Hamilton sitting at 50% of the vote here. Ryan Hamilton on 9,106. Georgie Dancy on 5,955. That's disappointing, but it is what it is. And for the party vote there, it's National 45, Labour 23. So that is really interesting,
split, isn't it?
Yeah. Have you got Hamilton East, Hamilton West there?
Have I got Hamilton West? I do, with 64.9% of the vote counted. Tama Potaka has a majority of 3,974, with a total vote of 10,310 against Myra Williamson, who's got 6,336 votes. So Tama is well in front there after 64% of the vote.
Yeah. Having a look over the Hamilton East numbers here for the party vote, it looks like the Greens have actually taken up quite a bit of the party vote. Between what's happening on the left. So Labour's party vote is sitting at 42.62. The Greens took 1948 of the party vote, which is, it's a decent number, an extra sort of nearly $2,000 there.
Yes.
New Zealand First, almost $1,000 as well, almost 1,000 votes. ACT 1541, which is actually kind of surprising. Very, very surprising. And looking at Hamilton West, that's also an interesting one in terms of party vote breakdown. The Greens Party has got 1,800 votes there. They've actually done really well.
Yeah. That's right. Right.
And then you've got some of the smaller parties, like Te Pāti Māori got 305 votes in that electorate, which is really good to see. There's been 124 informal votes. Actually, Martin, if you've got time, can you explain exactly what an informal vote is?
An informal vote is basically where your intent is not clear, or you've just crossed them all out, or you've just crossed it out, or you've basically filled it out incorrectly. Basically, it is where your intent is totally not clear.
Yeah.
Now, when they do the recount, because this is only a preliminary count tonight, in a close result, then those informals really get looked at very closely. And certainly if there's some debate over whether the intent is pretty clear or could be clear, then that does come down to returning officer, the extreme case of judicial review of all the votes. But it's basically where someone turns up and votes. But in some cases, people will also vote for the party. They may not vote for the candidate. So it'll count as an informal for the candidate or vice versa.
Can you win on a write-in? Can you do a write-in vote?
No, if you're not a designated candidate, you can write all the names you like on a ballot paper, but it has no status. There's no such thing in New Zealand. There are in other cases, in other jurisdictions, parts of America, I understand. But yeah. Not at all.
Yes, well, you were the first person I've ever voted for, Martin. 1990 something or other. Yeah, 93. I turned 18, and you were my first vote ever.
Well, you still look incredibly young.
And you don't look so
Yeah,
bad yourself.
I'm just sort of, yes, I won't talk about your age, but never mind. Yeah. The other thing I will say, if I have the opportunity, is you know, a shout out to all the, as I earlier said, you know, to the party workers, to, you know, of all parties, obviously. The people have really given themselves, their time and their labour. I also, while the Labor candidates, both Georgie and Myra, are not successful tonight, I want to, as you would expect, but I genuinely mean this, I want to shout out for the work they have done, particularly for Myra for Hamilton West. She's had an incredibly loyal, small and hard-working team, knocked on a heap of doors. Tonight's not her night, but again, you know, it's a tough start. But I think, you know, the challenge of any new candidate to get their profile up and to get known is important. Obviously, I, you know, congratulate the national candidates. Tama, I've come to know recently. In fact, I have a wonderful story where he knocked on my door. I was literally in my pajamas, and he came into our lounge, and I put the world to rights. But he was very polite, and you know, was door knocking, and then of course Ryan, who I've worked with in the city council, and I have to say, putting party political differences aside, I've been very impressed with his role on the city council, and I'm hoping that he will go to Wellington with some key issues that affect this city, and he will be a rapid learner there, because it's very important that we have members of parliament who fight like crazy for their patch and for this city, and
when it comes to crazy, that's something that Ryan is good at.
Well, Ryan, I think probably made a couple of missed calls, you know, totally acknowledge that. But certainly the work he's done is in strategic planning and district scheme around what I think was a poorly thought out bipartisan housing policy statement. I'm not, you know, I was former councillor. So
and Deputy Mayor, we should point that out.
I found Ryan very, even on issues like the three waters, I always found him very on the council, very pragmatic, and he will certainly be a person that will. I'm hoping that his knowledge of local government, local planning and advocacy will be put to good use in Wellington. So even though I'm a Labor Party member, obviously, I don't always agree with everything, you know, every policy to the nth degree. So this is where often in a caucus, you know, you're ultimately bound by the caucus. That's being part of the team, but it's your contribution in that caucus room which is very important. So I'm hopeful that both Tama and Ryan will make a good contribution on behalf of the city. The election's over, wish them well.
So from a pragmatic former councillor, former deputy mayor perspective, how do you feel about the extra cost coming to Hamiltonians now for a by-election?
Look, that's a process of democracy. I shouldn't be too. I won't. You know, when I won Hamilton West years ago, there was a by-election to replace me. You know, I think that's the thing. I think that you technically could stand and stay as a councillor, you know, for the remainder of the council term. Personally, I'm surprised that some, you know, that in some cases that does work. In some cases there are MPs who have done that. But I think in terms of the interest of democracy, it's probably a small price to pay, because I think you have a range of people who've got good local government experience who have something to offer in Wellington. And what we want, of course, you know, putting the local government hat, now that there's a change of government, whatever government's in, if it's a red government, red-green government, or a blue-yellow government, I want the best deal for this city. So whoever, you know, I have to say this, you hug them tightly, because we want things like medical school, Southern Links, Piereri, you know, transport. We're going to have to now do a really big campaign to save Te Huia, all right, the rail connection to Auckland. I think that actually, if that service grew, it would make us even more competitive as a city. But that's where you put aside your partisan view. The elections happened, but certainly now the rules are changing. So I really hope that the council, I would expect the mayor and the council and the regional council to be literally banging down every door they can and working constructively with the local MPs on some of those issues.
So I have had the word from the big boss that we need to wrap this up. I have one more quick question for everybody that's sort of been floating around in the political ether before we go what the final updates are. 16-year-olds, should they be able to vote?
Yes.
For local election, my personal view, for local elections, I think that'd be a great way to encourage 16-year-olds to come involved. At 16, then if they go on the roll for local elections, they're automatically transposed. So the time they turn 18, they're there. And if I would just like to see how that works, and would allowing 16-year-olds or encouraging to vote in the local election, would that mean that they'd be more inclined to vote in the national election? So the age of majority is where you can sign contracts and that. So I'm a little bit of a conservative on that. Certainly, I think it would be a really good idea that we made a start with local elections, you know. And we've got incredible young candidates to have stood and been involved. But that's a small minority of 16, 17-year-olds. But the more we can encourage civic participation, and if that's a device where we get people involved in their local councils and taking an interest in politics. So I'm a sort of a halfway house on that one.
Okay.
I'm with Martin. I think the issue of lowering the age is good. I spoke to a person from that camp earlier on in the year, and was sophisticated and interested and engaged. And I can't see any right reason why we don't allow 16-year-olds to vote. But I think, as Martin said, blooding them on the local body stage might be the way to go first up.
Okay.
And for what it's worth, I've met some remarkable young candidates and young people. But if we can grow that number and grow the numbers in high schools, to get involved in civics, it's a really good practical situation.
Absolutely.
Again,
yeah.
Totally agree.
Cool. So, James, I believe you've been handed the final-ish results for the Hamilton electorates.
For the Hamilton electorate.
Yeah.
Yes, I have here. Well, you can see it in the light.
Oh, yeah, that helps. Light helps. So that's Hamilton East preliminary 55. So I'll go off the list I've got here. Well, that one that you've got in front of you should have it all. That one there. So we're looking at 68.8% of Hamilton West counted, and it's very clear that Tama Potaka is taking it out. 56.5% of Hamilton East, and again, it looks pretty clear that Ryan Hamilton is going to take that one out. I've been getting a whole bunch of messages from people who are very upset at how things are going, but looking at the numbers at 10 o'clock, and we're about to wrap up, so I should point out that the numbers are still coming in. In terms of vote count, we're at about 60%, so we can see pretty solidly how it's going to look. And there are factors that come into play and down the line, like international votes and things like that. But we're looking at 51 seats to National, 33 to Labour, 13 to the Greens, 12 to ACT, 8 to New Zealand First, and 4 to Te Pāti Māori. That's including the 4 electorates that they're looking to win, which means that the time of the Red Party is over, and it looks like it's time for the Blue Party to begin. I will probably see you guys all back in here in 12 months' time if Winston is floating around still.
Well, I think, ultimately, we all will have our individual views on the outcome and, disappointments or celebrations, and, but if there's a victor tonight in this country, thank goodness, we still live in a democracy.
Yep.
And let's honour that and honour those people who have given their lives literally, but also the big shout out. Can I just have one big shout out, and that's to all the volunteers for all the political parties who have really been doing all the work to make this election democratic.
Perfect place to end. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It has been a wonderful night. I hope people are accepting of the responses and the votes. We will catch you all next time. Have a great night.
This is Democracy Manifest.
Exactly. It's how democracy works. Thank you very much, everybody who's been listening and tuning in and streaming and all the rest of it. Right. So for those of you that are streaming, that's it for the night. I'm going home to have a drink. I think. Yeah.
Cup of tea.
Cup of tea.
Cup of tea and a lie down, as Todd Moller would say.
Cup of tea and a lie down. Absolutely. Hey, I want to thank everybody who tuned in for the stream as well. And to my hosts here in the studio, Gary, who's sneaking in behind me at the moment, and James over here. They've been absolutely amazing. You guys have been brilliant. So many questions, and I couldn't get through it all. Thank you very much, everyone. I don't know if I'll have a video up tomorrow. It's late and I need a drink. So I will see you guys all at some point very soon. Again, thank you very, very much. Ka kite anō. Until next time, we'll see you later.